Recreation Board meeting. I'm so happy to see so many people here, and I just know there's droves of people out there watching us, so welcome to those folks as well. Before we get started, I do have to say one thing, and it may not be totally appropriate, but I want to say happy anniversary to my husband for 32 years. It's our anniversary tonight, so I'm here and he's there, so I'm not sure what that says. My name is Sherry Abear, and this is actually just our second, my second official meeting trying to run this board meeting. And so one thing you're going to see is some changes to our agenda and how we're going to try to run the meetings. Most obvious changes in how we're going to handle member comments, and handle probably not good, how we want to listen to our member comments. So what we're going to do is, some people come for specific agenda items. So instead of having all the comments up front, and then we could probably lose some of that or forget some of what people have said by the time we get to that item on the agenda, we're actually going to have the member comments with the agenda item. So after a presentation is made, we'll have member comments on that topic, then the board will go into discussions. So we think this will help in soliciting your input, because you'll already have heard the presentation from whoever is presenting, and then you can offer your comments, and then the board will go into its discussion or decision making. So that's the main change you'll see with our agenda. We're going to give it a go. We're going to see how it works. If it doesn't work out like we think it's going to, we'll change it again. So bear with us on that. The other thing is you're going to get to hear from me for a couple minutes, because I want to share with you some of the great work that the board and our staff has been doing on committees that aren't quite ready for a board agenda item, but I think you should know kind of what we're doing. The first thing I want to address is the very popular topic right now of our pools. We have gotten a lot of feedback from members via email and phone calls and some of our listening sessions that we've had so far. And I wanted to just address kind of where we are with that today and why I think we are where we are and what we're going to do about it moving forward. One of the challenges we have this year is the school schedule, the summer school schedule of our high schoolers who actually do a lot of our staffing of our pools. As you can imagine, having 15 pools, it requires a lot of people to staff those. And so when the school session doesn't get out until June 23rd, we don't really have our full staffing capabilities until June 23rd. And then they're going back a little bit earlier this year, so poor students, I'm sure they're not happy with the schedule either. They're going to be going back, I guess, in later August, like the 21st or the week of the 21st. So we have a very condensed summer schedule, which does affect, like I said, our staffing. Now, I'd be remiss to say that it doesn't also have to do with some budget issues, right? So we are looking this year, as we're doing our 2018 budget, of looking for ways that we best optimize our area resources. And that's tennis courts, pools, trails, all of those things. But let me tell you, we have heard you loud and clear that we understand you're unhappy with this year's pool schedule. I personally think that we also ought to remember how fortunate we are in Reston, that we open pools early, before Memorial Day. We keep them open after Labor Day. We have the luxury of having 2 heated pools, and a very great gift for us, for especially people that are training for events and things, is we do have that 15-meter pool over at Lake Newport. So we are very fortunate, and then we also have 15 pools. So I just want to say that we've heard you. We are looking at this. We are looking at large budget items so that we can filter money back over to the pools. I do have good news though. I went to the aquatics team and Kate, and they said, can you find some way that we can add some pool hours to second session, which starts this weekend. And we will be having a pool open during the weekday starting at 10 a.m. It's not on the current schedule, but it will be after tonight's meeting. We're going to open Lake Newport pool at 10 a.m. versus I think it was 1 on the weekdays for session 2. So we will have a pool open for those people that was a big deal, because not everybody has high schoolers, right? You have little ones that you want to go to the pool. So Lake Newport is our largest pool, so that's the reason we selected it. And it was already open starting at 1, so it made financial sense to do that. And it is our 50-meter pool, so there's people that want to get in and get those laps in during lunch hour or what have you. That's the reason that pool was picked to open for that weekday. So we are listening. We are trying to make strides to meet your needs. So that's what we're doing on the pools. Let's see, we also are out there doing listening sessions. So we've done 2 so far, one in South Lakes and one in the Hunter Woods, just last night, Dogwood area. We have one next week in North Point, which John Meany will be hosting. You did that right? It's on your calendar? Good. And then we also have one at Lake We also are going to do one makeup session for the people that couldn't make their district meeting, June 28th here at RA. So we want to hear from you more than just an email. We want you to come and tell us, especially as we're doing this budget cycle, what are your priorities? That's really what we want to know is what's the priority for you? We certainly know that our swimmers have a priority for pools, but we also know there's other things out there that we have to pay attention to. So please come and tell us kind of what's on your minds. Let's see. I also want to let you know that we are working on our internal controls as a reaction to the Stone Turn report that came out back in March. Maybe if I get the months wrong. I asked the fiscal committee in April if they would take on looking at all of the recommendations from Stone Turn, all these internal controls. They've taken that on and they're going to own that. And Eric's our board person on that committee, as well as Mike Sanyo. At the fiscal committee just on Monday, they determined that the path forward is going to be, we're going to be documenting all of our procedures and processes right now. We will then, in the September, late summer, early fall timeframe, after everything has been documented, all the processes, we are going to then decide, the fiscal committee will then decide if we want to bring an external person, and maybe that could be an external person from the community that has that skill set, to come in and look to see what has been documented, to see if there's any gaps that we're not seeing. And then we're going to proceed with following our own internal controls at that point, and then sometime in 2018 we are going to do an internal control audit. So that's where we are with that. I just wanted everybody to know it is not off our radar screen. It is definitely on our radar screen, and we're working to meet those needs as well. The other thing you'll see, and you've heard me say over and over, I do not like to go into an executive session, but tonight we do have an executive session on our agenda, and that is after we have our discussion on the Williams Transco gas line. We are going to have to, at that point, talk to our attorney about what instructions we might want to give our attorney on what steps we want to take next. So we will do that in executive session. So I just want to put that out there. That is all we will talk about in executive session, is those actions we would like our attorney to take. The other thing that's really on my agenda is to end tonight at 10 o'clock. Our agenda says we're going to end at 10. Our goal is to end at 10. So David and the rest of our directors are going to help us all do that by keeping our comments concise, by staying on point, and if somebody says something that somebody has already said, just agree and don't need to repeat it. So that's the goal. So I'm already over scheduled because I've talked.
So we need to approve our agenda item, our agenda for tonight.
So moved. Second.
Objections? No objections. Okay, on to the consent calendar. We did have an adjustment from when the packet was sent out originally. We've taken off the Colts Neck Hunter Woods Trail Edge Crane easement request. So the consent calendar is as it stands here.
I move that we accept the items on the consent calendar.
Second. I will recuse myself because there's a Lake Ann item on there.
Okay? So Eve's going to recuse herself from that vote. Catch that? Because there's a Lake Ann item.
Is there a second?
A second.
Second.
Just one comment. I think I got left off as being present at the initial meeting of the new board. I think I was there.
I remember you. You were there.
I concur. I remember you being there.
Yeah, I think you will. I think we can all concur you were there.
That's
So with that adjustment, modification, without objection, we can move on with the consent calendar approval. Good. Okay, so we're to member comments. Any general member comments that aren't related to any specific thing on the agenda?
I'd love to come down and help you with this thing.
Yes, ma'am.
I think we just have a full vote.
I don't. Do I have a list?
That was for you, Sherry.
Okay.
It's my plate. I'll let you know.
Yeah. It's a great neighborhood.
Did we establish phone service to Canada, or did we not?
I don't know. Is Mike on the phone? Not yet. Okay.
So Ray was right.
Okay. So what I'm going to ask is during member comments that you have 3 minutes. You need to come up and state your name and your address. We're going to put you on a timer. When you hear that timer beep, I ask that you close your thoughts and so that we can move on to our next member who has comments. So just help us respect that time. as we move forward. If you are representing a group, you do have 5 minutes. So then,
Then IR 1531 Inlet Court. I do want to talk about an issue that's very dear to me. It's the Reston Town Center parking situation. I understand as Reston Association, you do not have any enforcement or jurisdiction on it, but it's about time Reston Association turn on that radio and stop radio silence in this matter and take a stance on behalf of the members of the Reston community. I have Suzanne Zern over here, who's been very active in the park free RTC demo, and Paul Stiegler as well, who's got a lot of good thoughts on this matter to speak more. I wish I could talk more about this, but I'm going to use my 3 minutes in speaking about an issue that's a very serious matter that affects all of Reston community. So to the members of Reston, did you know that in our elections and referendum process, did you know that anyone can contact RA claiming that they have lost their paper or email ballot, and RA will provide them with a username password to vote? The contacting person only has to provide a member name and property address, both of which is public information. There were 500 such requests in the 2017 board election. It is easy for an entity to spoof several identities to collect username passwords, and then on the final day, bulk vote for a favorable outcome. The last day is especially of interest because any other day would cause the actual identity's ballot to be rejected. In the 2017 board elections, on the final day, April 3rd, which was a Monday, there was a 12% turnout. The average last day turnout for the past 4 years has been 4%. Now, this might be an unusual turnout, but it's still not normal. I requested the Elections Committee to investigate this unusual turnout by requesting from IntelliScan, who is our independent counting agent, usernames and client IP addresses that voted on the last day, with the intention of comparing it against the 500 or so email requests for username password. At a public elections committee meeting on April 19th, a motion was unanimously passed to collect this information from IntelliScan. And then in a typical RA fashion, the election committee chair decided unilaterally with a convenient interpretation of rules to effectively not act on this motion. I've asked the board operations committee to investigate these actions of the elections committee and facilitate investigating this unusual turnout. When you consider that the Tetra referendum had the same means exposed for the benefiting parties to exploit, we know the buyer had to gain more than twice the county assessed value. You have the means, motive, opportunity trifecta. This loophole impacts the entire Reston community when exploited, and if left open, will leave lingering questions each time elections, referenda are conducted. The Elections Committee is going to elaborate and deliberate measures to not allow further discussion of this request and is in fact refusing to accept that there is anything wrong with this practice. I urge the community to join me in telling the Elections Committee to stop undermining our elections process and stop this practice of liberally distributing ballot username passwords. I hope that the new board, which may transfer in trust a cornerstone of the campaign, will help facilitate this. Thank you.
thanks, Ben. The Elections Committee will be coming back in the June meeting, right, Kate?
Yes.
To give us their report on the election process. So we'll be hearing from them. Oh, it's my turn. Suzanne.
Good evening. I'm Suzanne Zern, a homeowner at 1700 Red Oak Circle here in Reston. It's the Lake Ann Tall Oaks District. And I'm also the founder of the Keep Parking Free at RTC campaign. Over the past 14 months, I've led efforts to educate and engage the community in the RTC parking issue. The Change.org petition I created in March 2016 has nearly 10,000 signatures and personal comments to date. You can just see how thick this is. And this isn't even the most recent version. Tonight I'm here to ask for the Reston Association to engage in this important community issue. The parking system at Reston Town Center has negatively affected our community. Not only is the system complicated and the data tracking system creepy, it's also a deterrent for attracting new or occasional visitors to our community. The livelihoods of our neighbors who work there and its local business owners have been hurt by significant reductions in revenue, fewer work hours, and dramatically less tips. One only needs to look at the barrage of negative comments that appear on every RTC Facebook post to see how the community feels. RA and its leaders have the opportunity to show they are listening to the concerns of Restonians. On behalf of the large numbers who signed the petition and the countless others who have been impacted, I ask that you engage in this important conversation and use your clout to convene a community conversation about parking at RTC. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you.
Paul?
Yes, thank you. My name is Paul Steidler. I've been a resident of Reston since 1996. I live at 11982 Sentinel Point Court. I have never spoken at a public meeting in Reston before, but there's a number of things going on, particularly with the parking situation, that I find very troubling, and I would respectfully ask that the board weigh in with a resolution strongly opposing the actions that Boston Properties has undertaken. There are two things that are wrong with the parking situation. One is that the fee is being charged at all. The second is the extremely convoluted way in which it is put forward. It is incomprehensible, it is novel, it is untried, and the people and businesses of Reston are being used as guinea pigs to promote this scheme. The parking fee is anathema to what Robert Simon stood for and what Reston is all about. The fee literally divides our community. I myself, because of the inconvenience of it, have on more than one occasion stayed away from the town center, and I know numerous other people have as well. This is also a de facto regressive tax. It hurts those who can least afford it. Senior citizens who find it difficult to work with the system. It hurts those of lower minimum wage, the hotel maids in the town center, and others who are looking for work. And it hurts kids who are entering the workforce and need to go and park in the area. Boston Properties' conduct on this matter has been shameful, and it's been insulting to the good people of Reston. They have literally given this community a black eye. And even worse than that, they have hurt people financially. A point of disclosure, I have a business in Reston. It is not in the town center. I am not personally affected by this, but I really find it awful and disgusting what it's doing to the community. Undertaking a resolution can have a tremendous impact. I noticed coming in here tonight that you have a resolution which seems very appropriate and is very critical of the county for withholding information from you. The standing of this board, the standing of this association would go a long way to getting Boston Properties off the dime, and it would show the people of Reston that you are with them on this very difficult matter. Restonians have also been hit with a number of higher costs lately. We've seen Dulles toll road fees that have skyrocketed. The Reston Association fees, respectfully, have gone up 22% in the last 5 years, while inflation has been 6%. People are getting hit in too many areas in too many ways. Given this, I respectfully ask that you fully consider a strong resolution urging Boston Properties to rescind the fee and that be undertaken as quickly as possible. I would also be glad to work with you in any way appropriate, drafting language or anything along those lines. And I thank you for your time and your service to Reston.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Patty?
Thank you for this opportunity. And again, I'm going to state this as I did the first time I was here and spoke on this. This is not meant to be personal. This is a follow-up from my presentation at the March board meeting. My concern was the conflict of interest statement and its adherence. I left questions to be answered. So today, my questions remain and updated to the following. Have the new and existing board members completed the yearly update of this form required by May of each year? And if not, when will they be completed? Will the documents be located in Reston.org for review? My concern remains with respect to Board Member Eve Thompson. It was based on comments from another board, from board members at the meeting that I was sitting in. To restate my position, my overall concern is for the board to follow the recommendations of Turnstone, which they have openly committed to adhere. To my understanding, based on listening to their recommendations, the board was to be more transparent and adopt policies and procedures that would be in line with those of best practices for non-stock corporations. These procedures will also have to withstand internal audits to be conducted on a regular basis. I realize there is time needed to create such procedures, but knowing this and understanding a conflict was already discussed, this is an opportunity to show good faith. The residents of Reston need to regain their trust in matters concerning the well-being of Reston. Please provide time to address these concerns at some point in time. Thank you very much.
Patty. Patty, I just want to tell you that the governance committee, it was on their last agenda, and David's leading that effort to revise our policies on conflict of interest. Anybody else that didn't sign up but just can't stand sitting any longer? Okay. Thank everybody for their comments. The Park RTC people, we heard you loud and clear, and we're going to be probably asking staff to look into that for us and how we can potentially affect that. So thank you for your comments on that. We are off to Trails, our agenda item E, Trails Edge Lane, and this is going to go over to council.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. A piece of new information has hit. This was originally put on the agenda as a request of members of the association who live on Trails Edge Lane with regard to the issue of 1561 Trails Edge Lane having made application for an accessory dwelling unit approval by the Board of Zoning Appeals. Kate has given me an email that came in to her from one of the members at the Trails Edge area, from Goldie Harrison of the supervisor's office, who's indicated that she understands from staff that Mr. Holly has officially withdrawn his application for the second dwelling unit to concentrate his efforts on getting into compliance with the zoning ordinance. He has been advised that he is also in violation of the occupancy allowance, and an official violation is being sent. This will allow the county to take legislative actions if the violation is not corrected. So the substance of the issue of the agenda item is basically no longer pertinent. However, right, there are other things that were requested, though, in the initial request by the members, which were to have them allowed the time to discuss this issue. And the other thing that was also asked was whether or not the association needed to look at its covenants to determine whether they needed to be amended or not for the purposes of preventing this under the covenants directly, as opposed to being in reliance on the county code. Because the county code can be changed, we're relying on the county code at this point under our documents to enforce any of the short-term rentals. But our documents do not have provisions in them that would, in and of themselves, independently be able to be enforced. So those are the things that are still on the table. But it appears from this email that Kate has given me that the request has been withdrawn.
Ken, would it be helpful, I think it would be helpful for us to understand what the county code says with regards to this topic.
Well, the individual made application for approval of the accessory dwelling unit. There are a number of considerations that the county uses to consider whether or not the individual should be allowed to have an accessory dwelling unit, whether it's harmonious with and not adversely affecting to the surrounding community. There are issues about traffic, parking, and other considerations that they can consider. Perhaps the most telling is the position that the county policy has with respect to granting accessory dwelling units, which include the fact that the accessory dwelling unit is to protect neighborhood stability, property values, and the residential character of the neighborhoods by ensuring that accessory dwelling units are only permitted in owner-occupied homes in such a manner and number that there will be no disruption to the character of the single-family home neighborhood and under such conditions as may be appropriate to further the purposes of Fairfax County zoning. Obviously, the accessory dwelling unit is in essence a home within the home.
Yeah.
And it allows for the person to have up to 2 people in that unit, and then with respect to the rest of the home, up to a total of 4. So there's actually 6 total people that can be in the unit, including the individual who is supposed to be residing there as part of this process. It really is an application that's made, and obviously there was going to be a public hearing in June on this matter, but now that it has been withdrawn, it's really moot,
Okay.
except for the other things that the members wanted to do.
Okay. So before we go into board discussions, we were going to go ahead and have member comment on this topic. Right.
Let me just add,
Sure.
what should happen now is that since they've withdrawn the application before the BZA, zoning enforcement will take effect, and they will decide whether there are zoning violations under the county code, and if there are, they will be prosecuted with a small p civilly by the county attorney's office.
Correct.
We have members that would like to talk on the topic. So, Hans? Again, state your name and address, and we have you on a timer.
All right.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Hans Godfrey. I reside at 1553 Trails Edge Lane. I've been a Reston resident for 18 years. Before I actually begin, I'm going to take a few seconds to thank the folks for expressing their views about RTC parking. I definitely agree with those sentiments. I'm here along with my neighbors to bring to your attention the issue of short-term rental business that was opened on our street a little over a year ago. On behalf of our neighborhood, I would ask the board to stand with us opposing the use of single-family homes in Reston as mini hotels. Specifically, we ask 2 things. First, that the board authorize Ms. Fulkerson to speak on behalf of Reston at future hearings of the Fairfax County Board of Zoning Appeals in opposition to usage of single-family homes for hotel-like business purposes. Second, that the board initiate a process to modify Reston Association covenants and bylaws to ensure that activities of this sort are not allowed to continue in neighborhoods throughout Reston. A little over a year ago, the home on 1561 Trails Edge Lane was purchased by Mr. Kevin Hawley, who immediately began offering individual rooms for nightly rentals over Airbnb, Craigslist, and probably other platforms. He rents as many as 4 rooms at a time at prices as low as $28 a night. Dozens of individuals have stayed there, as evidenced by the number of people we've seen coming and going, more than 40 reviews posted online, and cars present in the driveway and on the street. Typically, it's about 4 vehicles at a time. We spoke with the Covenants Committee about the situation 6 months ago, and we appreciate the strong stance they took. However, the business at 1561 Trails Edge Lane continues, much to the continuing frustration of our neighborhood. We understand that Mr. Hawley has been allowed to make rentals that are longer than 30 days, but it still creates a transient environment in the neighborhood. That being said, he's not even replying with that request. We see people coming and going all the time at much shorter visits, sometimes 2 to 3 people per car staying there. Although Mr. Hawley has withdrawn his application to have his basement considered an accessory dwelling, we are concerned that he will continue operating this business in such a way that it violates the agreements with the Covenant Committee. As residents, we all agree to follow the bylaws that are intended to nurture the spirit of Reston. Allowing homeowners to open what amounts to a hotel on a residential street flies in the face of that spirit. We ask that Reston continue to develop strong positions and enforcement mechanisms that make it clear that operating a hotel-like business in a family-oriented residential neighborhood is not in the best interest of the community. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Hans.
Thank you.
Thank you. Morgan?
Order that we would like
You can do whatever order you would like to.
Yeah.
I am Peggy Hillman, and I live at 1569 Trails Edge Lane. We bought our home at the end of 1991 and have lived here for about 25 years. Trails Edge Lane is a cul-de-sac with 17 single-family homes with 4 to 5 bedrooms. The houses are in fairly close proximity, and the street is narrower than many in our area. I encourage you to drive by. We have 24 youth on the street under the age of 18, 7 children under 5. With high-quality schools and pedestrian access to both the North Point Village Shopping Center and the directly adjacent Autumnwood Recreation Park with its swimming pool, playground, and tennis courts, our location was designed by Reston to appeal to families with growing children. I emphasize pedestrian access. There are parking lots for the shopping center and park, but they were designed to support adults and children walking and biking with ample distance between cars and pedestrian traffic. My own children literally lived this Reston ideal by living, playing, and eventually lifeguarding at the Autumnwood Pool, working in our community. I never worried about their safety walking in our neighborhood because there were few cars coming and going and plenty of space on the road for their bikes. Our street is the quintessential family neighborhood, and children still regularly bike in the street. Our neighborhood is a community that we've worked hard to build and maintain. Our book club has met monthly for over 15 years. Street family holiday events have become institutions, and informal gatherings while children play outside are just part of our culture. Often they morph into pizza dinners on the driveway. We rented our home while we were overseas for 3.5 years. The rental agreements were for a minimum of 1 year. Both tenants were families with children. Both stayed for over a year. My 90-year-old parents also moved into our home as their permanent residents when it became impossible for them to live safely alone. This neighborhood embraced both our renters and my parents. Zoning clearly allowed for these types of situations. Of course, some families participate less than others in our social activities, but until now, everyone has respected the family orientation of our street. We object to this current rental arrangement because the increase in car traffic and routine presence of many strangers has made our neighborhood unsafe. I request the association monitor this matter at 1561 Trails Edge Lane closely and use its adjudication processes to enforce the RA covenants in compliance with the county ordinance and zoning codes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kate, did the packets get sent out?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for your time tonight. My name is Lincoln Porter, and my family and I live at 1560 Trails Edge Lane. I'll be giving a quick look at some of the evidence of overcrowding and improper use of a residential structure at 1561 Trails Edge Lane. In the packets in front of you, which I encourage you to read thoroughly since I don't have the time to go through it all tonight. But the neighborhood itself is located just north of the Home Depot off of Reston Parkway. As you can see, is a tucked away cul-de-sac with tight homes and a long flat street, perfect for street hockey or throwing the football, etc. Please note that these pictures were taken during the workday. There are very many more cars on the street during working hours. The following pages we have plots, and then I kind of walk you up the street so you can see exactly what we're looking at here and the type of community we've built. On page 5, we have in the middle of the street, we have on the right-hand side the boarding house at 1561 Trails Edge Lane, the White House. Continuing on, you have a view at the end of the cul-de-sac. On page 7, the boarding house owned by Kevin Holly. He joined Airbnb December 2015, the month before he moved in, as evidenced in that picture. This is not the case of an older person renting a room or a basement to help supplement the mortgage. This was a business plan. He has 3 bedrooms up on Airbnb right now, and the 4th, which was listed previously, must be posted somewhere else, likely to avoid short-term rental oversight, since the RA and others are very familiar with his postings. Links to said pages are at the end of this document. In the front room listing, the quiet neighborhood and the friendly, intimate social group we have created is used as a bullet point in a travel brochure for $32 a night. He calls out this being a safe, quiet neighborhood with carefree children multiple times. He did not move here for the commute or the yard or the attractions. He lived in Reston previously. He moved here to sell us. He is advertising our homes and our families to the internet, and as the Hoskins will show you, this serves as a billboard for creeps. In this listing, Kevin also encourages his renters to socialize and make friends. Does this sound like a family home or a hostel? Below are some renter reviews, but in the interest of time, we'll flip to page 11. Cozy Bedroom 2, Cozy Bedroom 1 is not listed anymore, is the cheapest and most popular room in the house at $28 a night. Kevin self-describes his house as a group home in this listing, a shared community that encourages renters to interact with each other and have fun while they're there. On page 12, we have some evidence of the renters themselves. As I speak, there are 6 renters and 4 rooms at 1561, as evidenced in the first picture. Kevin routinely has multiple people to a room, as he does today. Sometimes there are 4 cars, sometimes there are 5, but there are never fewer. Imagine this constantly shifting hodgepodge of out-of-state cars across the street from your family. On page 13, the most important takeaway is the top picture. Top of page 13. That 1561 is literally surrounded on all sides by young children that play up and down the cul-de-sac freely, as they should. Who are the 5 or 6 constantly rotating people staying in this profit-generating boarding house at all times, and should our children be anywhere near them? In conclusion, the evidence for non-residential use of a property with occupancy well above zoning maximums at all times is overwhelming and in plain sight. Kevin has zero respect for this community and has been violating multiple ordinances uninterrupted since the day he moved in a year and a half ago. Please help us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the packet. Helpful.
Yeah.
It's very helpful.
Oh, I thought you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Morgan Hoskins. I live at 1567 Trails Edge Lane. I'm a senior at Herndon High School, and I've lived on Trails Edge Lane for 10 years now with my older brother, younger sister, mom, dad, and my dog. I mow lawns for the neighbors. I babysit all the kids, and I house sit, do pretty much all the odd jobs. On April 13th, 2016, I was mowing my neighbor, Miss Rothbart's lawn, who lives a few houses down from me. A man who I presumed to be in his 30s approached me on the sidewalk while I was mowing the lawn. Reston is a welcoming community, and although I felt uncomfortable, I assumed he was just being friendly and saying hello. However, he strangely asked me what I was doing when it was clear that I was simply mowing the lawn. It was in the middle of the workday, so no one else was outside and not many people were home. I took note of what he looked like and what he was wearing, and when I left, I felt kind of shook up and strange. I tried to ignore the funny feeling and continued mowing. Minutes later, he reappeared from a different direction. I was up the driveway, no longer on the sidewalk, and he came up to the driveway and talked to me again. I placed my phone beside me on a bag of mulch to take the grass out of the lawnmower, and he again asked me what I was doing and other uncomfortable questions. This time, he had with him a black backpack that I did not notice before. I responded to him in a tone that was obviously uncomfortable, and he took steps closer to me. As soon as I reached to grab my phone, he quickly turned and ran into the house that my new neighbor had just moved into, which was Kevin's house. Myself and my family were unaware that an Airbnb was being run there. I assumed that the man who went into the house was the man who had moved into the house. Only after the incident were we notified of the situation, and Kevin removed the man who approached me. After he removed the man, he came back into our neighborhood on several separate occasions. He approached another 18-year-old girl after school while getting out of her car, also frightening her. Kevin had not enforced to him that he was not to come back into our neighborhood, and this man knows where I live, he knows what car I drive, and he knows the patterns of how I live. On July 3rd, 2016, he approached me again at the YMCA in Reston on Sunrise Valley Drive. I'm there almost every day, and even several months after he first approached me, he approached me again. After my workout, I walked down the stairs of the gym into the locker room, and to turn around, and he was following me to the women's locker room.
What?
As soon as I turned around and made eye contact with him. He smiled at me and continued to follow me into the locker room. However, as soon as I turn to grab my phone and call someone, he exits, makes a turn, doesn't come into the locker room, and he exits out of the YMCA, which we later found out was most likely the side door that is locked. We had made police reports about each of the encounters, although nothing had been done about them. The last time that we called the police about him, the officer who helped us went to Kevin's house and asked for information about the man. Since we had no knowledge of his name, we had no idea who he was.
The system has detected that a minimum number of lines.
Since we had no knowledge of his name or who he was, Kevin told the officer that he did not know his full name, he had no records of who he was, and he has no records of anyone who stayed in his Airbnb. That simple fact is alarming to me and to most of the neighbors. Luckily, the man didn't do anything to physically harm me. However, if someone is staying in Kevin's house and did hurt me or any of the other children on our neighborhood, it's not required that Kevin even remember his name. I'm leaving for college in August, and although I feel it's unsafe to leave my younger sister or any other child in this neighborhood when this is going on and being run so poorly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morgan, thank you for your courage.
Anyone else from our Trails Edge group? No? Okay. Oh.
My name is Andy Hoskins, and I live at 1567 Trails Edge Lane. Morgan is my daughter. Immediately after that happened, myself and another neighbor went to Kevin's house and asked what was going on. And he told us that he was renting out rooms. And I asked him specifically for the name of the person, of the people that were staying there, because I wanted to get to the bottom of it. He would not cooperate. And he did not cooperate with me, he did not cooperate with the police. His interest is not in the values of our neighborhood. His interest is running his business, right? I'm not opposed to running a business in Reston, right? I did it myself. But this type of business is harmful. It's harmful in a lot of ways. And it's a numbers game right now. That's all it is. And with the number of people that he has coming through there, it's only a matter of time before something bad happens. We all take risk every day. But we live in this neighborhood, so it's a risk-free zone. We know all of our neighbors. I trust my neighbors with my kids. My neighbors trust me, my wife, with their kids. They know us intimately. We know nothing about this individual, and he's introducing more and more people every single day that we do not know, and they do not care. So, take this seriously. It's only a matter of time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So let's, so Ken,
Sorry.
yeah, sure.
Can I keep going?
Sure.
Please.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Patrick Connolly. I live at 1559 Trails Edge Lane. I'm the adjacent neighbor. Good to see some faces that have come across already and some new ones. Thank you for your time. By quick show of hands, who's here on behalf of the Trails Edge Lane? And then of those that are here on behalf, who stands against the hotel-like business is running? And this just represents truly a small portion of those with us, who stand with us in the concern. I'd like to bring up another aspect regarding our safety concerns, and that's regarding the traffic and parking. Peggy had mentioned that there's 7 children under 5. I have 3 of them, 4, 2, and a 10-month-old. My wife and I moved to this area specifically for that safe, warm environment where we could let those kids run around. We seriously looked at some other options, and traffic and parking and safety was a reason we decided not to. We saw this as a place decades ahead of us where we could raise our family and feel safe and secure. As previously stated, the owner rents up to 4 rooms in any given night. The renters are constantly changing. And with that high volume comes an increase in traffic by drivers unfamiliar with the neighborhood and as a result, it's an increase in risk to our children. One of the draws of living on a cul-de-sac is that children can play outside at a relatively lower risk. And people who live on the street and their visitors are well aware of the large number of children who live here. As all neighbors, you can go down and know every name of every kid and what activity they're likely to be playing. And it's helpful when you're driving the street. I know which one might be basketball, which one might be on their bikes, and you just drive slowly and carefully. When you have new constant flow of people, it's impossible to know that, even if they come with good intentions, which, as has already been noted, might not even be the case. But even with good intentions, you bring that type of transience, you just have more likely accidents. And the traffic safety concerns are more than hypothetical. There's been several occasions of the transient renters speeding on the street, parking poorly, even in the wrong direction, parking in front of the fire hydrant, and all of these are not only inappropriate but clearly unsafe. We would ask that RA stands with us, and we already can tell with previous actions that they have, so we ask that you continue to do so, and even more firmly. Whether it is to maybe take steps like increasing our covenants so they're even more strict to not allow this type of hotel business, or to find that the ones we currently have are enforceable beyond how they're currently being enforced, or just whatever steps you can take, we would greatly appreciate it, as this has a significant negative impact on our families and our neighborhood, and we just want to see it restored to what its intention was supposed to be, and what so many had known for years and years, and we got to know for about a year or two until this happened. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Izzy Santa. I live at 1111 Barton Hill Court, and I've lived here for 2 years. I work at the Consumer Technology Association. It's a tech trade association. Airbnb is one of our members. But besides that, I just want full disclosure that I work with Airbnb. Kevin sounds like a bad dude and a bad actor. I've said this to Julie when I first met her 3 days ago or whatever it was. The best step that you can take to get this dude to stop doing what you're doing is to contact Airbnb, and I would be happy to connect you with Airbnb. They have a DC presence, they have a big office where you can get this guy off the platform. Also, whatever action you take, don't just think that you have to ban everybody from this platform. Right now, I just looked, and as of today, there's only 16 people that are listing homes in Reston. Are all of them following the one person per occupancy rule? I don't know that, but I also suggest that you look at these platforms and enforce the bad actors and not take a measure that's so unbalanced that kills the fact that this application is actually bringing economic empowerment for some, but at the same time, there are bad actors that are making you feel unsafe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, everyone. I'm Abby Cashman. I also live on Trails Edge Lane and appreciate the perspective from Airbnb. One of the things I'd like to discuss representing the neighborhood, our argument is not against Airbnb. It's not against Craigslist. It's not against a platform. It's against the process of someone coming into a single-family home with 5 bedrooms, living in the basement and renting out those 4 bedrooms. Whether he does it via Airbnb, whether he does it via Craigslist, we don't really care. The challenge that we have and the frustration, frankly, that we have, having been dealing with this for 13 months, is that it's the constant flow of strangers who come in, and he's breaking the covenant rules already. This is also a guy he is a bad actor, he will take any inch and he will go a mile, right? There's regulations about not having long-term renters. He agrees, okay, I'll keep everybody for 30 days. He's not even doing that. In a way to scooch the sort of process even farther, he applies a new application to Fairfax County and says, let me have a second dwelling within my home. He's always looking for ways to push it, and that's why our request for you is to hopefully modify the covenant so that the rules are more clear and help us with the enforcement. Please help us with the enforcement because we've been dealing with this for 13 months. This group has been very supportive, but we've seen no action, and that's what I think we're really hoping to get to today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. John, before we went to member comments, you wanted to make a comment. Do you want to start the discussion?
Well, the issue has changed from one of whether or not to oppose a request for an accessory unit permit to one of enforcement. and one of a review of our Reston deed and bylaws to make sure that they are properly robust. I trust we will do the second. I hope we will do so quickly. On the issue of enforcement, though we would not be writing a letter opposing the granting of an accessory use permit, can we, I would like to, write a letter to zoning enforcement in Fairfax indicating our heightened concern about this particular case.
Okay. Any other comments? Eric?
Yeah, I concur with everything John said. I'm not sure what we can do, and I'd like to know what we can do. I take the speaker's point about not, condemning everybody who wants to rent out a room. I get that there's a lot of different scenarios under which somebody might want to do that. But we've got to have some lever at our disposal to stop this, and I don't know what that is. And Ken, I defer to you to do some thinking into this board, to do some thinking about that. This is, I mean, if this were my community, I would be sitting here too, and I'd be outraged, and I wouldn't be so calm. And I think that there has to be something that we can do as a board, and I would like us to try to explore that very quickly, what we can do.
Julie?
Having run into this situation on short-term rentals in my district in the last year, it was one of the things that I requested that we do a better job of clarification of our current policy of rentals less than 30 days, because short-term is less than 30 days.
Correct.
So I think that is a great, I believe that's our second motion on this topic tonight, is to work on that and to be a bit more clear and communicate that out to our neighborhood. I know we had an article in the Reston magazine, but I think that we need to do more to bring this topic to light. And as a community, I mean, I think it's wonderful that the cul-de-sac is, basically policing, we all need to look out for each other and in our neighborhood. So I think that heightened thought process and that heightened awareness is really good. I'd like to follow up on John's thought. I know we can't send the letter is no longer appropriate because there is no. But I do think that we could still convey to the county our concern about kind of the intertwining of special dwellings and the rental policies. So I don't know that it takes the urgency, but I think as we go forward and spend a little bit more time understanding what we can and can't do, certainly enforcement is a challenge, and we're not going to have, we need self-reporting is really what we need for us to take action. So I thank the members of the community for sharing, and especially Morgan.
And I'd just like to say that if we are going to act on this in any way, that we keep in mind that it's not just an issue for single-family homes.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be an issue for all residences. Single-family homes might actually have more space for parking.
My situation was a townhouse.
Yeah. So, and I know I live in a townhome community, and there are a ton of children, and we all play. It's a very similar thing, and you have that proximity. So I don't want us to just think about single-family only. We need to think about this as a community-wide issue.
David?
Yeah, I think it's always good to send a letter just to be on the record. But I think the better course of action, and I would be happy to do this informally, since this is a very fact-specific, egregious offense, I will be happy to contact zoning enforcement in the county and the county attorney's office to make sure that they are totally aware of what's going on in this situation. And in fact, I will be sending them Mr. Porter's very fine presentation, and I'll report back to you as to how far I get with that.
That'd be great.
Okay, thank you.
One more thing, and I want to honor what Izzy brought up. In the situation that I learned about last year, it was a situation where the person, in order to remain in Reston, they wanted to remain in Reston, they felt that renting out rooms in their home was a way to generate income that would allow them to remain where they had lived for ever so long and to deal with that. Now, I'm not in favor of short-term rentals, but I understand where there certainly are situations where, from an economic standpoint, many people do rent rooms in their home for, long-term, whether it's a year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever. So I don't want to go on record to say that I don't understand the economic viability and perhaps need for members of our community to take that step. Many situations cause that. Oftentimes it's a divorce and they still need to live in the home and need to figure out a way to pay bills. So.
Eve?
I think clearly in this setting, this is all wrong. I mean, nothing about this is right. I mean, I remember when this came to, before the other body and.
Legal committee.
I think that we should not, though, apply a broad brush on this, because I think that could have unintended consequences. And so we need to be thoughtful about it. It's funny because when I'm looking at his pricing and the numbers don't really make sense to me at all. I'm like, because he could rent the rooms long-term, have stability and probably make the same money, because it doesn't seem like it's a good math situation. But it's a shame that that this is going on in this neighborhood, and for not a lot of practical gain.
Yeah, exactly.
So Ken, the question is, well, what can we do? So we have
Hold on.
David.
Can I get a
Oh,
comment
sorry,
on
Ray.
I want to thank David for speaking my language here. I don't know why we're being tentative. This is basically a hotel with no check on the clients and a defiance when we ask for a check on the clients. In a residential neighborhood with kids, the worst extreme you can think of. Something bad is going to happen. It's today, tomorrow, next week. It's eventually going to happen. Maybe multiple bad things are going to happen. I don't know whether a kid gets run over by a car, young girl gets raped, I don't know. We may be looking at a San Bernardino situation for all we know. Nobody's even checking on this. We don't know who's checking in these places. And we're being all tentative about it. We know what the outcome should be. I just want my lawyers to tell me how we get there. Quickly. As quickly as possible. I'm not worried about broad brushes here. I don't think David is either. Correct me if I'm wrong, David. And if David has contacts to do it and he has legal ability to do a lot to push the ball down the road for us, I would recommend please do. And if Ken can jump on this, please do. I mean, we could get here and talk about procedure all you want, about legal implications all you want, and meanwhile a kid gets raped. A bomb goes off. We don't know. We don't know this guy. From what I'm hearing about this owner, none of the people on this block can trust him as far as they can throw a grand piano, so why should I trust him? He's capable of doing things, as far as we can see. And it's common sense. If it was my block, I would be more irate in my presentation than these people have. Thank you for not being so, by the way. But I'm not in favor of being tentative on this at all. I want to unleash David. I want to unleash Ken, and let's get this done and done quickly. Action. Outcomes. I'll worry about procedure later. Thank you.
So Ken, what is your suggestion for how we move forward? We have David, our bulldog, going after the
I
county
would suggest a concurrent approach, but part of it is a matter of evidence. Part is being able to prove all of the things that have been said and having that proof and having it in a form that we can present to the court. Part of the problem here is that there are a number of cases in Virginia where there are some speculation as to what he's doing in some courts is considered a residential purpose. It's not considered commercial. There's a 2007 Virginia Supreme Court case that came out, similar in nature, that kind of said, well, we consider it a residential. It was the way the covenant was drafted. I think the Trails Edge people have really hit the nail on the head when they've suggested covenant amendment, because that's really the way you're going to get there. Because there is nothing at this point that does anything that commits people to leasing for a certain period of time at a minimum. There's nothing about restrictions on leases. So that is a key consideration for this board moving forward. But we can, if the board so desires, we, along with David, can work together with the county to get the proof that we need to the extent that we can, and come back and file a lawsuit and have injunctive relief sought, if that's the desire of the board.
On that particular person.
On this particular situation.
I cannot categorize these things as leases. They're not. And I'm not a lawyer, but I'll ask the lawyers this. What's the chances of getting something like an emergency session or cease and desist order, whatever we have to do, to stop the practice now while we are doing all the things that you say we have to do?
Well, once again, it's a question of proof, Ray. It's a question
I
of...
think the people here can make a
We
pretty
will,
good case for us.
afterwards, we will
And
make
could
sure that
probably
we...
get it to us by noon tomorrow if they knew we were serious about acting on it. So I'm not worried about that. But is that a possibility? Can we get a cease and desist, an emergency session? I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I'm asking you.
Once again, that all depends upon the evidence. And we'll talk with the people at Trails Edge, we'll see what kind of evidence we can come up with, and if possible, we will go in for a
Assume that we do have the
temporary
evidence and it does
injunction.
look good.
Say it again.
Let's assume we have the evidence looks good, we're ready to act on it.
We can go in and request it, but then it's going to be up to the judge.
But we can do that.
Yes.
We can get that in
Get
front
a
of the judge.
temporary injunction.
Yes.
Yes.
Good. Why don't we do that, and then we'll worry about these other long-term solutions everybody's checking on, while this guy is stopped right now from acting going forward. This is not a lease. These are not rentals. Come on.
Okay,
Am I
John?
right or wrong?
So seeking injunctive relief is kind of a big weapon. Would it be appropriate, would it be helpful immediately to write a letter to zoning enforcement? To write the letter, Kate to sign it on our behalf, and simultaneously for David to work his contacts in the county attorney's office and in the zoning enforcement office. I mean, we can do that immediately.
Right.
The injunctive relief
Yes.
is something
Totally.
more complicated.
Totally.
Yeah.
So do we need any kind of motion to have you guys do that, or?
Well, I think you need a motion for Kate to write the letter.
So why don't we ask John to state?
I would move that we direct Kate as the executive officer of Reston Association to write a letter to the zoning enforcement office expressing our grave concern and are urging them to do a timely enforcement against these abuses, which have been detailed by the neighbors. And secondly, that we empower David on our behalf to speak with the zoning enforcement office and the county attorney's office. And thirdly, we ask our counsel to investigate how we would go about doing filing for injunctive relief.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, unanimous.
Yeah.
And Sherry, I wanted to pick up on something that Eve said, and indeed one of the neighbors said this. We recognize the danger of Airbnb, but I think Eve has wisely counseled us not to simply, without thought, ban it. I think we need to have a concentrated effort to see what should be permitted and what should not be. I think we should invite neighbors who are interested in it, who have some experience with it, and also the representative from the association that represents the Airbnb to give us input so we can come up with a wise amendment to our covenants.
Absolutely agree.
I would like to, I believe we had a second motion under this topic that I think is still appropriate.
To initiate a process to update RA governing documents on our
I think it was clarification.
association position on home sharing.
Yeah.
Second motion under this topic.
Yeah, I would like to so move that we take the action to explore further, because as Ken said, where we need to put any teeth is in our covenants. So I think an exploration of that is in order. So I would like to move that we so do that.
I second that.
And whom would we delegate that task to?
Ken?
I think have Ken report back to the governance committee.
When's the next meeting?
Is that right?
No, I don't.
Well, why don't we just make the motion and the how we do it can be
Fair enough.
handled afterwards.
Yeah.
So Julie, was you modified this motion a little bit to say exploration versus initiate a process. I would agree with that. So could you just restate your motion? I know it's hard to do after you've said it once.
Yes, because I still haven't found the original.
Here it is.
I would move to, initiate a process to explore the amendment of our governing documents specific to our covenants to clarify our position on home sharing.
Second.
Is there a due date on that?
Put one on.
There isn't at this point.
Let's put one on there. We have a tendency to let things linger around here for way too many months. I'd like to see a due date on it.
Friendly amendment.
Amendment for a timetable?
Yes,
Okay, what?
whatever we think is reasonable. Ken, what do you think's reasonable for something like this?
A week.
Let's be
I'm
reasonable.
game.
Let's reasonable.
On,
Because the staff has to.
No, in terms of exploring it, we can tell you what the options are fairly quickly.
so within a week, you can provide an opinion to the board as to what their options are for updating the documents.
So by the next board meeting, we should be able to take action on this.
Well,
I would suggest
we
that.
want to listen to other members of the
Right.
community on this.
I think it would be good where we maybe Ken presented what those options were to us and the community, if we can make room for it in our June meeting. And then that would give a public comment period, as I recall, for us to come back in July with perhaps some recommendations on any changes.
So just to understand what we said, we're going to initiate and looking at our governing documents, exploring what that might look like. Ken's going to do that, he says, in a week, which is.
So he could bring it to the.
So he can bring it to the BOC in June, right? So we could bring it to the June board meeting for members to give us comment.
Present, and then members could, because we could put that in the packet, and then they could comment and have a month to comment from June to July.
July's board
And
meeting.
in July, if there was substance and reason for the board to take action, we could.
So at this point, your friendly amendment to hers is just to bring it back to at the June board meeting.
Yes, I just want to see a firm time that we're going to actually take action, let people know we're going to take action by a
Fair
certain
enough.
date.
Julie, do you accept the amendment, friendly amendment?
I do. I accept the amendment that our exploration will return in our June board meeting with some
options. And there was a second?
Second.
Madam President, this is not asking for an amendment to the motion, but I think it can be included in the motion that we should reach out, or we should invite members of the community as we are formulating this, not just waiting till member comment time, at the June board meeting, but invite members of the community who have given a lot of thought to this, have a lot of experience with it, and also representatives of the association to contact us and give us
And
their
that's
perspectives.
why I had said that between June and July, that there would be a period so that we could present it, there'd be time for comment.
Great.
And I think that would also give Anna and Covenants a chance to work with Kate on any of those changes.
So we have a motion, a friendly amendment, and a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion as amended?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous.
A final thought on the injunctive relief question. Ken, you mentioned the issue being burden of proof. Would a daily photograph of the property from the street?
Photographs.
A mix of cars, time-stamped?
Talking with the people coming in and out and getting information about them, all that kind of stuff can be used.
And within a few days, if there was daily or more than monthly changeover, we might be able to establish that.
Does
Okay.
the police reports that were done with regard to
All that's important.
that gentleman?
Yes.
Good.
Okay, let's move on to the next agenda item.
Okay. Can we take? Yeah.
We've been collecting data for a year, and the problem is enforcement. The county will not accept our evidence, and they do not have the people power to come out and look every day. Enforcement is the issue, right? It's not whether this guy is going to do what he's doing, or there's not. He's going to do it because he knows that the enforcement's not coming. The only way to get enforcement is to get it down at a lower level. The county's too big. They have too many things going on. And I'm not saying, that this has to, I'm not against rentals, right? We've had renters in our neighborhood and stuff like that before. It's not an issue, right? This is a different situation. This isn't a rental. We've had people pull up at 11 o'clock at night with trailers pull in front of people's houses. And we're like, what are you doing here? And he goes, oh, don't worry about me parking in front of your house. I'll be gone by 6 in the morning.
Yeah, we understand it's an enforcement issue.
Yeah,
I think
And
we got
Andy,
it.
that's the point of this letter. That's the point of David visiting the county offices where he has good contacts.
Yeah, but I don't think that even if the county's not going to be able to enforce it, it has to come to a lower level to enforce it, and that's why the covenants have to be changed.
Yeah, for sure.
So.
Okay, we're going to take this, we're going to close this topic.
Okay, we're moving on to the Colts Neck Hunter Woods Trail at Trail's Edge, the easement, the crane easement.
15 minutes early.
So Larry,
Good evening.
good evening.
You have before you in your packet a request that we received for a crane swing easement. As most of you know, the Atlantic Realty Companies with a partner is now constructing, or very soon to construct, the assisted living facility at 2222 Colts Neck Road, right around the corner from here. And as part of that construction, they require to use the tower crane to do the concrete work, foundational work, as well as some of the other wall work for that project, which will be about 5 stories. So they approached us, and we've been working with Noah Klein from Odin Feldman Pittleman on that. I believe that Jess or Cosmo, oh, there he is, from Atlantic Realty is here to answer any questions you might have of Atlantic as well. And so it is before you for your consideration. I recognize that this was pulled from the consent calendar, and so we are here, as well as Noah, to answer your questions.
Who has questions for John?
That we would help something like this out is, I think, totally appropriate. But in my experience, local municipalities charge a fee for this. This is a species of temporary construction easements, and I think that we as Reston Association should be equally diligent to seek that.
Thank you. Any other comment? So
What would a normal?
what would a normal easement for this type of thing?
I'm not sure whether, I mean, I have actually researched it with my former employer. And I don't know that we want to discuss the formula in public session since it may become a matter of negotiation. But I believe it's typically based on the land value, not the improvement value of the parcel in question, the length of time for which a portion of that parcel will be used, and then a certain percentage of that land value. So
Julie?
The one thing that actually Victoria and I talked about was the length of time that this was going to be there. Well, I see that, I get that there's no live loads over our trails, but it seems like an awfully long time. 2 years?
Would you like Jeff to respond to that from the construction side? He's the director of development for Atlantic Realty.
It's a 22-month construction process, but actually...
Just stand up by the microphone.
22-month construction process, and we actually refined that, and we actually really technically only need the crane until about March of next year. So we can't update that.
And so what would the length of time be?
From June, or as soon as we can get it, till March of...
June till March.
Yes, next
So
year.
more like 9 months.
So
Correct. We were actually just going to use it for concrete, and we'll be using joists for everything else.
So about 9
Hoists,
months. 9 months of the 22.
Yes. And we use the same time frame for our HOA neighbor that we just received permission / that we just got this past week.
So right now, Larry, the ask of the board is to grant the easement, and at this point, there's no compensation in that for the RA, correct?
That is correct.
Right.
Okay. So then, without going into executive session, my understanding is the question to this board is, do we grant an easement with no compensation? I mean, that's what this says. Right, Kate?
I recommend that you pause, add this to your executive session agenda since you'll be having a similar conversation, and then you can make a motion after you come out of executive session.
Okay. Yes.
Can I add, we've granted numerous easements to the Reston Association for trails, for restoration of the stream with no compensation. So we think that we're trying to be a good friend and neighbor, and we really request the same in kind.
Okay. So we can move this to executives. When we go into executive session, we'll discuss this as well.
Just pass over. Yep.
So we're going to move on.
Land use update.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
So let's move on to the land use update without objection, I guess. Larry, is that you still?
I'm going to start, yes.
Okay.
You know which one it is there, Kate?
I think so.
Blue bar. What I'm going to do, we have a little double presentation for you tonight. I'm going to do just a couple highlights, and then we're going to bring John McBride up to talk about a separate topic. Is the clicker back there, Kate?
It is. It's right at my spot, Larry.
All right. What I want to do is just highlight a few projects. You have a summary in the tracker from John's firm in your packet, but what I want to do is highlight a couple things. I want to show you something. I've actually got a little show and tell back here that we'll leave up for the rest of the meeting. So there are a couple large projects on the horizon. Some of these most people have not seen. This one was in the tracker, but just want to highlight this. This is the Boston Properties over just south of the WNOG, north of Sunset Hills Road. It's approximately 23 acres, and you can see what they're proposing. This is in the PRC district in the transit station area. So this is one that John will be referring to in his presentation. So I just want to highlight a couple of the large projects And then I've got a point that I'd like to make at the end. This
sorry.
one, this is a
Larry, I'm sorry, on the first one,
Sure.
what were the cross streets? I can't.
The green bar at the top is the WNOD Trail,
Okay, gotcha.
and the vertical on the left is Town Center Parkway.
Okay.
So the kind of the blob near that blue pond, that is that empty parking lot that was a temporary
For the,
park and ride while they were
Gotcha.
constructing Metro.
So we're standing over the toll road, essentially, we're looking.
Yes.
yes.
Near the
Got it,
metro
yeah.
station. So
Yeah.
the metro station's that,
Kind of over here.
Target's down below.
Yeah, down, way down to the left, yep.
okay.
And that's just a graphic down on the bottom left is the initial proposal for that. Secondly, this is Campus Commons. This is the southeast corner of Wheelie and Sunrise Valley Drive. So this is across or just east of Commerce Metro Center. And this is a proposal that is, I don't think it's actually been accepted by the county, but it's, the intent here is to get this accepted for formal review by Fairfax County fairly soon. And you can see what they're proposing here, essentially adding residential buildings into the surface parking lots and retaining the existing office buildings. And again, what I'm trying to do is kind of show you the big parcels. There's a lot of smaller parcels in the tracker as well as in the summary and prior summaries and trackers that you've seen. This one I think you'll find interesting. This is Association Drive. This is a major property assemblage. This is one that is being marketed by, I think, the same company that is marketing the Reston National Golf Course. This is in the pre-application phase, which means that nothing formally has been submitted to Fairfax County, but there are clearly discussions going on that there's a general concept plan that has been drawn up for this. And you can see, I've highlighted with the arrow there, that this one necessarily would have to accommodate the soapstone connector that would go over the toll road.
And this is the one where we've seen the news about Wegmans.
Correct. And while it is not possible to read it, the yellow,
Grocery is down there.
I think
at
it's,
the very-
yeah, you can maybe make that out, it says grocery. This is Isaac Newton Square. We don't have any preliminary graphics for this. This is another very large property, as most of you know, where our former headquarters was located. And again, this one is in the early discussions with Fairfax County.
This is the one where they have the grid of streets going over one of the golf course holes. Or is
It's
that
not, it is near
separate?
this.
East of
Okay.
here.
Right.
A little bit west, that south.
This is west of the grid. That's
Right,
where
yeah.
that-
Unfortunately, the laser doesn't work on the LCD, but just above the 22, that is, that's that
Yeah.
western entrance to Isaac Newton
okay.
Square. It would kind of
Gotcha.
go from there over
Right.
towards American Dream Way.
Strip of parking that's on the other side of the W&O.
Ah, it's a shame.
Yeah.
So again, another very large
Yeah.
They're not in
piece coming through. This is Reston Crescent. This is right across the street, Sunrise Valley Drive. The two buildings kind of in the, down to the left of the two existing ones facing the ponds right over here. And this is a monster development. Eric's taking a closer look.
Yeah.
Not much green space.
So the pond, where you see number 26, the pond is the pond that's just right out here.
There,
Yeah.
now.
Literally across the street. This is about 36 acres. This is the single largest rezoning in Reston right now. It may be the single largest just because of the size of the properties there. So what I want to highlight with that, I actually have the physical board of this. This is a map that was provided to me just last week by the planning staff of Fairfax County. When I received it, I was fascinated. There was information on there that I had not seen. And we'll leave this out here for people to look at later. It includes a pre-application for the two buildings adjacent to ours, generally in the same complex here, Reston Corner, with multifamily in the surface parking lots. Not out on this side, but the surface parking lots back there. So the main point here is to highlight there's a lot of activity going on. And one of the things that you will note, and this came up last night at the PRC ordinance meeting, is that in the comprehensive plan, there are requirements for 3 fully lighted, complete ball fields. None of these, and these are the largest assemblages that we have shown, and in none of these have we seen, and I know with the last one I showed, Reston, there was a request to include one of those ball fields for the TSAs on this property. And you saw the Boston Properties one, the one over by Association Drive. None of those have a ball field. And so John and I are going to be working quickly here, and I think that we need to drum up a little interest in this. I know we've had some folks there last night that are very interested in this very subject, to find locations on some of these major assemblages where these things can occur. So I think we need to push that.
Just to be clear, none of the ones you've shown us are within Reston associations.
That is correct.
They're all outside.
They're all outside.
But do any of them still need to have any DRB review? Or is it just cursory as a courtesy?
It would be courtesy.
It would be
None is
courtesy.
required.
Okay.
So
these are the ones that we are trying to work into the association.
Yes, correct.
And we've got 2, so there's precedent certainly for.
So I think the bottom number there on the right is 44. So these are applications that were either approved since 2015, in process, or pre-application. So this just gives you an idea of the volume of activity that's happening here in Reston. And I wasn't going to do this, but I'm going to do it because I think it's an appropriate time. I want to introduce a new staff member, Kelsey Steppen, our planner, who will assist I and John and other staff in bird dogging a lot of these activities and doing some analysis and hopefully bringing some ideas back to the development community as well as Fairfax County, because I think we need to get in front of this. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. McBride.
John, you get up to speak and everybody leaves.
Yeah.
Look at the exodus. We do want to welcome Kelsey to our association and staff. I know Larry and others are extremely happy you're here to include this board, so welcome. Okay, John, everybody has left now, so.
So now it's safe. Well, we drew stars. Larry obviously won because he gets the great graphics and gets to show what is going on. Let me just say a few things about his presentation and what's important about it. The important thing is this is virtually unprecedented pace of applications for zoning entitlements that Fairfax has had. It beats Tyson's, it beats historically Fairfax Center, all the other areas. I think that's a tribute to what a great community this is. You have a lot of people willing to invest a lot of money in this community. So that's the good part. The part that Reston Association members and others in Reston that live in RTCA's area have to realize that they need to be informed, educated, and engaged on each of these applications that they think make a difference to their life. If you want to have a balance between population, land use, and open space, if you want to balance between land use and transportation, if you want to balance between land use and natural areas, both built and unbuilt, or developed, if you want to balance with your recreation facilities and the RA amenities, you can't do that. Fairfax cannot do that by one ordinance. They can't have an adequate public facilities ordinance. I think Dave tried years ago. That was struck down. The way to do it is on each application. When they come through, when they are negotiated, public input is so important that public scrutiny and input can help do exactly what an adequate public facilities ordinance cannot do overall. So that's an important thing, and I know it's a lot of work, it's a lot of nights, it's a lot of work to get up on these applications. This board has directed its staff, and over the last 3 years, We've expended a lot of time getting a seat at the table for RA members and for this organization to comment on individual applications, to get that credibility to where we're listened to. You are listened to by senior county staff and all of the Fairfax Board of Supervisor members and planning commissioners only when you do your homework, you're reasonable, and you make reasonable positive suggestions. That does not mean you don't oppose applications. You do that after getting the information and providing your reasons. So we spent a lot of time. I think we're in a good place. It's really for the membership to utilize that opportunity. We have review now through the RA committees. Obviously, the more people on the committees, the better to do this. This is just overwhelming the volume of these applications. As you noted, I believe, Julie, most of these are outside of the covenanted land, outside of the PRC zone land. So it's areas where it is Reston, there is one Reston, there's not two Restons. It is one Reston, it's always been a part of Reston, so we do have a special voice, the RA members, in these applications, and they need to use it. So, here we go. What I'm here to speak about is county staff is proposing changes to the Planned Residential Community PRC zoning district regulations. Although these changes to the current regulations are very limited, 2 little areas, 2 sentences, they are also very important. More residents of Reston should become aware of these changes and should become engaged in the county's zoning text amendment process. Now, this text amendment process is designed to provide information and opinion from the community to the County Board of Supervisors. That is the entity who are the ultimate decision maker regarding whether to change the PRC district regulations as staff recommends, whether to delay decision on those recommendations, or to modify staff's proposal to something different that maybe the community wants. Again, it's all up to the County Board of Supervisors, not just the Hunter Mill District Supervisor, the entire board. So the county has had 3 community information meetings on this subject. Problem is, they began May 3rd, so we've had 3 in 1 month, which is somewhat unusual. There really needs to be at least 1 more, which is held before the County Board of Supervisors is asked by county staff to authorize public hearings on these text amendments. That is tentatively scheduled for July. So there really needs to be, in my opinion, another community meeting for the community to ask more questions and, even more importantly, to state their concerns so county staff can respond to them. The reason it needs to be before the text amendment is advertised is once it's advertised for a specific text, the train is down the tracks. Sometimes it's very difficult to get changes made to that advertised amendment. And that's because the county would have to re-advertise and start from square one. So if you want to have meaningful input, you have it prior to that text being presented to the Board of Supervisors. This presentation will attempt to explain what county staff proposes to be changed and make some recommendations. I've also given senior staff what I would recommend that this board do in terms of a resolution and action after this presentation. Now let me just be clear. The PRC zone land does not cover all the land within Reston. It's the green on this map. Excluded is the toll road corridor, primarily between Sunrise Valley and Sunset Hills, that you see through the middle. That's the main area that is excluded. There are some other pockets that are included. And again, most of these applications that Larry talked about are not on PRC zoned land. Nevertheless, this is an important amendment that affects Reston. So the Reston community should consider two questions with regard to this application. First, are county staff's reasons for change legitimate? Do they make sense? Is there proof that we need to change the ordinance? Second, are the specific changes sought by county staff limited enough so that there are no unintended consequences elsewhere in the PRC district? Because again, the PRC district is in most of the land within Reston outside of that corridor. Now let's talk for a minute about the PRC district regulations. What do? This is a 1989 Reston Master Plan land use plan document. The way it works is the PRC district regulations, which are unique. It's for a residential planned community in Fairfax. There's only 2 of them in the county, Reston being the largest by far. The PRC district regulations work hand in hand with the Reston Master Plan together to regulate, in a big picture context, development within Reston. So let's focus on these red areas. These are the areas that, again, prior to 2015, this was the Reston Master Plan. The reason I'm focusing on the high density areas is that's what these PRC ordinance changes affect. They only affect the high density areas. Now, under this plan, there was great flexibility regarding residential development density. By density, what I'm talking about is how many units per acre and what type of units. That's what counts. The population figures really are just mathematical imputed figures derived from this. What counts in any land use application that's going to determine your traffic, your building mass, your amount of open space, all of that is driven in a residential application. It's driven by the number and type of units. So there was great flexibility. You'll see a lot of high density areas originally planned throughout Reston that never were developed to that high of a density. And the way it worked was, if you see on there, there's a population cap. That population cap is both in the Reston Master Plan, used to be, and it was in the PRC zoning regulations. They work together such that all of the high density areas that you see on that map, if they all developed to their high density recommendation, you would exceed the cap. So that's how the cap is very important and works together. Now the population cap really is expressed as people per acre. Then there are density caps also in the PRC regulation. Those are expressed as dwelling units per acre. And those are broken down for high density, which is what we're talking about, medium and low density. So again, the plan and the PRC ordinance work together. The plan is broad, gives flexibility. The PRC ordinance constrains that flexibility and keeps a balance between the total population and commercial uses, public uses, employment uses, mixed-use village centers, the town center, and open space. There's all a balance, and the way you keep that balance is through that population figure. So the population figure keeps the land use in balance with the transportation infrastructure necessary to support it, in balance with public and private open space, which in Reston is natural and built open spaces, very important component to Reston's history and to its unique character. Keeps it in balance with schools, parks, fire and police, and most importantly to this organization, it keeps it in balance with the RA amenities. RA amenities are much more than pools and tennis courts. It's trees, trails, and I call thoughtful design, basically. It's all sorts of programs. The balance is very important to keep Reston. So, what's happened since then? This is the county's map. Let me just say that this map shows all those orange areas are areas that county staff says are high-density areas that in order to get applications through, we would need to increase the population restriction, the PRC district. The PRC district right now is 13 people per acre. Multiply that times the acreage and you get 81,195 people. Again, that's not an accurate population count. That is a planning metric, a guide. What counts is when you look at it, and we'll see some charts that show it, the important part for us is the new growth is almost exclusively going to be in high-density areas. That's a good thing, because the Comprehensive Plan Amendment in 2015 actually downplanned a lot of the areas that you see there that are just green. Remember, the previous map had more high-density red areas all over this green area. So that's a good thing. There was some down planning to conform to the existing development.
John, could you help me read the map? So
Yes.
there in the Reston Parkway metro area, there's the North Reston Metro Station. That's the big glob of orange.
Well, the big glob is Reston Town Center.
Reston Town Center.
And
right.
Reston Town Center
And that's,
North.
yeah,
Yes,
the
sir.
north, right. But there are orange, there seem to be orange in other places, so I believe.
There are. Primarily, they're village centers.
Right. And they also include St. John's Wood, I believe, don't they? Or is that?
That one does, because that was and continues to have a high-density plan option. We're going to talk about that in a minute.
That's
St.
not my
John's,
understanding of the.
No, St. John's Wood is different, and that's why it should not be on that map, so you're getting ahead of me. But St. John's Wood has specific plan text that limits that general high-density designation. So you're right.
Indeed, I believe the underlying planning for that is low density.
Well, there's a development
option for
yes.
medium density.
That's right. That's right. So again, I'm showing you what the county presented on their map to justify a higher population increase. So, here we
Can
go.
we advance it for you?
Pardon?
Do you need me to advance it for you? You got it?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
What we have is we've already had some rezonings, and we've got some areas, and yours is an example, St. John's Wood, that really should come off this map. They don't justify increasing the population metric in the PRC ordinance because they're already included in the 13 people per acre. Okay? So those come off. We also have other areas that really should come off because they're also already rezoned or really were included, like the village centers. You have 2 that are already zoned. The rest of the village centers were always included to have higher density. So they were always included in that 13 people per acre. So that's not, unless we hear something different from the county, it's not persuasive that those areas would dictate an increase in the population of 13 people per acre. So again, what we're trying to do is say, are the county reasons legitimate? Do we have enough information to determine that? And if not, what is legitimate? So that's where we're trying to go. So really, what you're left with here is Reston Town Center and Reston Town Center North, which is right where you want your densities. It's always been an area planned for the highest densities in Reston. It just happens to be with the Metro and the 2015 amendments, those highest densities in Reston have been ratcheted up even higher. So what provisions are proposed to be changed? We talked about it. There's 2. These 2 provisions relate to each other, but you have to look at them separately because they're not intertwined. First one is they want to increase the overall persons per acre limitation from 13 people per acre overall to 60. That's a large increase, and we'll talk about that. Second thing they want to do is in the TSAs, which is near the metro stations, which includes all of Reston Town Center and Reston Town Center North, and some other areas that are PRC near Reston Heights and Roland Clark, but nowhere else. They want to remove that high density 50 dwelling units per acre, different metric, dwelling units per acre for an individual project. That is a cap right now. So throughout Reston, you will not see any development that exceeds that cap. They want to remove the cap within the TSAs of PRC zone land and make it like Tyson's, which is unlimited. It's what the board sees and likes, it can do. We don't think that's the greatest idea. That's not Reston. Reston is more planned to where we know what's coming. The only justification I've found so far is Reston Gateway, the Boston Properties project that Larry showed you, which was to the in between the WNOD and the Sunset Hills, I think. Yeah. It's basically what I call Reston Town Center South, which is toward the Dole Road. That area, what they're requesting is a range, but the high end of the range is 60 dwelling units per acre. Again, that's not that much more than 50. It is in the right place for those type densities. So the only thing I would be able to recommend or see the logic of would be increasing it in the town center only to up to 60 rather than 50. Again, haven't had a final opinion on that. That's not in your recommended resolution yet, so I'd like to hear a little more from county staff on that. That's the only thing I see. Big difference limiting it from 60 or doing unlimited. All Reston Gateway needs is 60. Again, I think this board has supported the development over the years of Reston Town Center, and I assume would continue to. Again, it's one Reston. What's successful for the town center is successful for your members and for this organization. And I think vice versa. I'm not quite sure they are there yet with recognizing the vice versa, but I think that's a true statement. So this just talks about, and these are county slides, this is where we are now. Again, these are population issues. You really get distracted if you focus on these directly. What counts is dwelling units. So here we go. This is what they're proposing. Let's focus in down here. It only affects multifamily, elevator multifamily. What they're proposing is currently in the PRC district, there's 7,857 multifamily units. The ones like the Harrison, the Stratford, all those. They are projecting that the comprehensive plan map that we looked at that had those orange areas, they say it calls for 13,632 additional units. That, how they arrive at that figure is what they haven't told us, and the community has a right to know that. I certainly need to know that to make any final recommendations to you, because that will determine if that's a good figure, reasonable figure, or not. That, you multiply it out, equates to 16.5 persons per acre. And the county is recommending, county staff is recommending 16 persons per acre. So this shows you the link between the important part, which is dwelling units, right, and people per acre. Here's what they're doing. This is the key, 16. Is that justified? And what are the other options? Well, let's take a look. The county finally gave us a chart yesterday, last night, that has a range, 13 persons per acre. Let's look at the important part. Right now, at the current 13 persons per acre, all the developments were multifamily that are coming in, which is the projection. That would mean there's 3,335 to be zoned and authorized multifamily units. Okay, so the question is that enough to implement the comprehensive plan? Oh, don't know what I did.
It'll come back. Yeah, there you go.
It's hurrying you along.
It's hurrying me along, I know. Oops.
Oh, no, we have to start over?
Yeah.
Can I go backwards?
Yep. There you go. Do that again.
Start all over.
Is that called being ambidextrous?
There you go. Is that where you want to be? Yeah.
Yep, that's where I want to be if I can get there again. Okay. So, let me just say that the transit station areas in Reston Town Center alone, which is the part that I think is reasonable. We know growth's going to occur there. We want growth to occur there. We want it to be successful. And that includes Reston Town Center South, everything north of the toll road, and Reston Town Center North, which is up near the government center. That's the subject of the public-private partnership, which will be coming up in June, July. We'll be talking about that. All of those by themselves will exceed this 3,335 units available. So yeah, the population cap needs to be changed, in my opinion. Question is, to what? In my opinion, certainly not to the 16. I've seen no evidence to support that. So let's look at these others. The options are to 14. That would allow 6,309 multifamily units. That actually is the figure that RCA 2020, Tammy here? No? Yeah, okay, sorry. Came up with, my numbers come up with a little bit higher than 14, between 14 and 14.5. But again, I can't say with certainty that fixes the problem because the county hasn't given us those figures of where these are. Yes, ma'am.
So if you look at the number of units and you're looking at elevator multifamily,
Yes.
so are you just sort of guesstimating the number of high-rise developments there will be? I mean, if you figure an average of approximately 300 units per structure would be fairly average?
No, it's more precise than that because the comprehensive plan has guidance on either gross floor area, which you can convert to units,
Right.
or it specifically has guidance on number of units for an area. The problem is sometimes the guidance isn't the best. For example, 50 acres that is Reston Town Center North.
Right.
You remember when we talked about that, the guidance in the adopted comprehensive plan is a minimum of 1,000 units.
So it's
Well, how many units did the county assume would be generated in that area? Was it 1,000, or did they say 2,000, or did they say 2,500? That's the sort of thing. Other parcels have a specific number in the plan. Those are easy. So that's the numbers that we really need from the county to be able to advise you that, yes, that's reasonable, because what we want to do is we want to keep that person's per acre cap low enough to where it does not allow spillover impacts or pressure to amend the plan or change things elsewhere. We want the existing comp plan to be able to be implemented in the town center, but no more.
But not spill over into...
But not spill over, and that's where we don't have the information yet. I think RCA 2020 and I think a little bit alike on that, which probably scares both of us. But that's the objective. So we're still, again, trying to work with staff to come up with that information. You go down to 15 persons per acre, you're up to 9,800 multifamily units. You go to 16, that's 12,257 units.
That's a lot of buildings.
That is a lot. There's something else. And our fear is when staff proposed that map that had all the orange areas, that is spillover. That's the fear. So that's what we're trying to provide the information for you to make informed judgments and for all the RA members to make informed judgments regarding that. I've talked about the 50 dwelling units per acre, to where the only one I see in the town center is 60, so why not use that as our new benchmark? Again, this is the way we think the map should look. You take all the X's off, and you're left with Reston Town Center. Be happy to answer any questions about that. Sorry to take so long, but it's just a complicated subject, and again, focus on dwelling units per acre and the overall density cap.
So John, we're going to have member comments now, so stand by for questions from members as well.
Yep, yes ma'am.
Tammy?
Thank you, John. There is one thing I confab with Terry.
We know your name and where you live. We still need to
Tammy
hear.
Petrine, 2503 Foxcroft Way. I talked to Terry of 2020 this afternoon. He specifically wanted me to mention that there's something really crazy in RTC, and that is we have the 1,000 minimum in Northtown Center, but in RTC there's 0 population cap. It's crazy. That was something in the master plan that we didn't see and notice, which is really weird, but somehow that got in there, and that's written in the language that there's no population cap in RTC, which is really weird. The other thing that, having sat through all those years of a plan about the village centers, South Lakes, North Point, specifically, and Hunter's Woods. The idea that the county has is that there's going to be retail on the bottom floors, but up above it's going to be a whole bunch of residential. These aren't going to be, I wouldn't say they'd be high density, but they're marked with that orange. In other words, they're not going to be, I don't think, elevator buildings.
Mosaic.
But the concept is that there will be plazas, and I can tell you specifically the really huge complaint about South Lakes is it's on a lake, but the buildings hide the lake. So the idea there, the concept of the master plan is to tear down the buildings that border the lake and ring the roads with high-rises. And how high, I don't know, probably stick-built, so 5 or 6 stories. And then there would be underground parking, but you would see the lake. So that's that story. But specifically, that Reston Town Center is a huge concern. On North Town Center, make no mistake, the Nova has the entire east part of that. They are planning to make big bucks off that. You should also know the county plans to make big bucks off the library and shelter parcels with having high-rise residential above it, and I don't know where they're planning to put the shelter. There was a discussion, should the shelter go in a luxury high-rise below? They would certainly have elevator banks that are different, but that's what I know, and you know, I can give you more. I don't want to take up any more of your time, but it's a huge concern for sure. For sure, 1,000%. We do not want a 16 caps.
Yeah.
It has to be less than that.
Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Stephen Canna, and I live in Belcastle Court, and you've seen me here before. There are a couple of points. I think John's presentation, while on the long side, was very instructive because he talked about the balance that we need. And if you, on page 10 of the Reston Master Plan, it says that when you have the development, we have to have, my words, pari passu, development of the infrastructure. So if we're going to have all these new units, we're going to need new schools, more police, more fire. These people are just not going to stay in the town center. They're going to be in our pathways. They're going to be at our swimming pools, or they're going to be taking up our public space. And so what's being proposed for raising the limits is coming from the planning and zoning side of the county. And they don't do parks. They don't do libraries. They don't do quality of life. But that's spelled out specifically in our master plan on page 10. And so I think that this is a good first step. But I think at the end of the day, we in the community have to tell all the supervisors that we don't need this now. We have enough space to accommodate the growth and for density of new units in the pipeline for the next 4 or 5 years. So let's slow this down. Look at it very closely and see how we can get balanced and meaningful growth and retain the quality of life that we want. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Patty?
I just want to comment because I have been to all 3 meetings, on the 3rd, the 15th, and last evening. And I think all the residents of Reston were just, speak for everybody in this room. So I'm not going to get into that. But what surprised me last night was the change in the presentation. I thought it was extremely unfair for the Reston residents. They did not get the presentation that was delivered on May 3rd. You had to walk around a room. You had to formulate your questions to ask people around the room. They didn't have a full presentation to even understand what questions to ask. So I thought that was very poor. One of the things that was mentioned by Supervisor Hudgens was, I thought, most interesting, and she was adamant that the master plan is merely a guide. And once the ordinance is law. So I think what she was trying to project, but wouldn't say in so many words, Bruce Ramos stood up and he specifically asked, what is the priority? They would not answer his question. So I think it's clear where the county is heading and what they want. And there isn't any doubt about it. And that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you.
Jean Bastrling, 1467 Churchill Place. I guess I'm going to ring the bell again. That Patty just said, you haven't brought up your statement yet, but it reads, the Reston community should have all the information it needs to make informed decisions regarding whether to support the proposed PRC amendments or not. The concern is, will I have any difference in the outcome if we do have concerns? I just don't get that feeling when I attend these community meetings. It's like, we're telling you what we're going to do, we're listening to you, but damn it, shut up so we can get on with our work and pass this. Just don't think they care. And you know, anyway, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anyone else? Sure.
Sridhar Ganesan, 12,000 Lake Newport Road. I just wanted to first of all, thanks John for making this presentation. Couple of points to add. First is that, in 2010, GMU did a study on Reston population, the capacity that we have, that all of Reston, this includes the transit area, which is the area within the white water, as well as the blue zones, which is really the PRZ where the amendment is supposed to come. Their high estimate was 72,400. Now, if you look at the 13 to 16 estimate that you have in the county's charts, that is just for the PRC districts. It doesn't include this zone, the TSA. Now, the TSA, one of the things that we found out is that, and I think 2020, Terry has written about this, the cap within the TSA area, they are trying to raise that from 50 dwelling units per acre to basically sky's the limit. There's no limit, right? You do see in that presentation a number 88, but we understand that it is not specific to that. So we definitely have a problem. Does Reston have the capacity? Most definitely not at this time. Has the county first presented to us, their plans with respect to infrastructure, transportation, parks, open green space? No, we have none of that. Schools, supermarkets. So one of the things that I would really urge Reston Association to do is to maybe ask the county, everybody's doing that within the community, through all these public meetings, is to slow down the process. We don't need to get this done now. Couple of things I have discovered from conversations with Kathy Hutchins, is that it seems like during the last 10 years, all the developments, that were approved previously, we haven't yet seen them, 10, 15 years actually, we haven't seen them implemented. A lot of that is because the developers are not yet seeing the demand, nor are they seeing, financing to support that. So given that, right, why are we rushing into changing from 13 to 16? Maybe we need to do something incremental. Maybe if we first do an analysis that sees if there's a demand, where the demand is. One of the things I hear is that, that orange, the big orange block between the blue and opposite Target, that's an area there seems to be a demand because there's a train station coming there. Change the zoning for that alone. Why go through the whole amendment for the whole, PRC district? So there are a lot of creative ways in which they can think through this problem, and they're not doing that. They need to present all the facts, develop and present full plans to the community, and then maybe let the community then help decide on this. Another feedback that I received from the county is that other parts of Hunter Mill District as well as Fairfax County, apparently the clusters as well as homeowners associations actually give feedback to the county and they use that feedback. And apparently, they don't get a whole lot from Reston. So Reston Association, let's step up and ask them to slow it down and, take a more deliberate approach to this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more member comment? Okay. So we had in our,
I apologize, I just received a text from Mike that he would like to join, so if you could bear with me just a second, I'll dial him in. I apologize.
Tammy, can we?
I'll wait until after Tammy has commented. Sorry,
One
Tammy.
crazy thing that came out last night, for you, those of you who were not there, 3 playing fields are going to be in the corridor. But last night, they said there are 12. So Dennis Hayes ran back and asked the guy, where are you getting the other 9 fields? And they said, oh, those are RA fields that you guys have to turf and light. Can't make it up. That's where RA is going to be providing fields for corridor people.
9 of the 12.
9 of the 12.
Huh.
So just, that's important for you to know, I
Where will we
think.
do that?
What?
Where will we do that?
Yeah, well, I guess you're going to take the existing fields and take every field and divide it in half and then light it so that the neighbors can have lighted fields.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thanks,
indeed.
Tammy.
In the sky.
Do you want to get him
Yes.
on and then Eve?
I was gonna, how much time do you need?
You want to
This
bio
is probably maybe 2 or 3 minutes
Want to
tops.
break?
And bear with me, it's going to make a loud sound until I put it, sorry.
While you're doing that, could we take a 5-minute, can we do that, 5-minute bio break? And then we'll be right back.
How are you?
How's it
I can
up?
hear you loud and clear.
Good. Ray, Mike? Other one. That's, no.
Julie?
Eric? Our little bio break. So thank you, John, for your presentation and for the member comments. We were supplied actually a new copy. You guys have received a new copy in your Dropbox just this evening of the RA board resolution on this ordinance amendment. So hopefully everybody's had a chance. It was really just a change in some of the tenses of words. It wasn't a substantive change, but it is in your Dropbox. So if there's no objection, I move to approve this resolution as written, as amended, as the new written one we just received.
So moved.
John?
A discussion? Do we need a second?
She asked for it without objection, though.
So
Okay.
then you should object if you have something.
Then I object,
Okay.
since I added the additional paragraph. So I want to point out what I added. And it is a paragraph.
You gave it to me.
Okay. Are you okay?
I think it needs to be made a little bit less specific.
Okay.
Rather than that one
Okay.
issue.
So John just had a chance to look at it. Okay. And so the additional paragraph goes beyond merely the proposed PRC amendment, and asks them to slow down also on the finalization of the Reston network analysis. And the reason for that is because of the intimate relationship between development and traffic generation. And in my diligent but admittedly amateur analysis, I believe that they've used a very optimistic modal split. So the master plan on page 135, I believe it is, says it recommends that they use a modal split, and I'll define that term, of 35%. But in conversations with the staff person in charge of this, of the RNA, the Reston network analysis, she said they used a modal split of up to 14.5%. Pardon me, up to 45%, and may have actually taken into consideration other improvements in traffic efficiency, up to 7% of that due to technology, so that would allow cars to follow each other more safely and therefore use the road more efficiently. So what that does is it understates the traffic impact of development.
Yeah.
And it's intimately related to this question of what should the permitted development be, whether in terms of dwelling units per acre or persons per acre. That is what this is trying to get at, that these two in a way are partners. These two actions, proposed actions by the Fairfax County Board. And that's my concern. But John may want to qualify.
Could I just comment on that, Madam President? What I would suggest is, and I'd be happy to work with you and your MTAC committee. I also have a kind of another concern with the operations analysis that was done, which is they only analyzed 15% of the new dwelling units projected. And again, they haven't told us yet what those numbers were for that area. But they didn't count 15% of those because they considered, well, like elsewhere in the county, you never get to full build out. The applicants never come in and ask for everything, and you have properties that or either vacant or languish for years and years. Well, we've just seen in Larry's presentation and the economics and realtor figures for Reston, they're different. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. I think it's worth at least an informal email, meeting, or letter, maybe with some of us, might be a better approach. Let's keep the PRC ordinance clean and then address the other one or attack the other one separately, because there may be a couple other things that we feel are problematic, or maybe they're not. We just need to have that discussion.
The only problem is, and I agree with you, and that's why I wanted you to look at it, because I'm not sure we want to clabber up this resolution with the traffic stuff, even though they are intimately related. But the problem is both of them are on the same. Both of them are on the same track for approval in early fall. So actually,
Need to do something quickly.
we need to do something quickly. Larry and I have spoken with the staff person in charge of the RNA and hope to meet with her. I hope we can do that soon to discuss this concern. But we can't let it go on in its merry way, I believe.
I agree. I'm sure we'll be back discussing land use in June also.
Madam President?
Yes.
So could we then, Johns, take this up in June after we've done filtered a little bit more?
I follow John's advice. If that confuses this, let's keep it clean and just do the PRC part. But I wanted the board to know my concern about how this ties into the Reston network analysis.
Thanks, John. No, that's a good insight.
Yeah, I would have just, echo that. I take your point. I think it's important for us very quickly, as this process is happening now, to say we see these as related and interrelated, and that we don't support one going ahead without the other, because the zoning is going, there's no discussion of traffic, schools, parks, or anything that makes a community in this. And the traffic piece is going as well. And nowhere is there a holistic discussion of fostering this within the idea that Reston remains Reston. And so anytime we can tie those together and kind of force the county's attention, at least to say, hey, you have to do your jobs. You can't just, move one number at a time. I think that's important. And I think it's important for us to do it quickly.
Exactly, and we've addressed it that way in our discussions with the county, and you and Larry have also on both. I just think maybe we will get some results and we won't need a resolution of this board by June if we have the meeting and address it, because we're already linking with the PRC district numbers. Where those units are affects that synchro study on the traffic. And we're asking Kristen Calkins also, what numbers did she use in her study? So I think we are making those connections, which is a very good point. It's just, I don't think we need an official resolution quite yet at this time on that one. But we are making those connections, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So we can go back with.
Second, call the question. So the motion's been made and seconded to adopt the resolution?
Yes.
Do we want to correct which resolution we're talking about? Or?
The one that was presented in the packet.
This one here?
No, the one that's been corrected.
What I heard earlier, and I just want to check myself, is that it was without objection. There was an objection. Now you need to go back to actually making the motion of what is originally in the packet, less John's motion. I did try very quickly when he gave that to me to get that in your packet. You'll see it in your Dropbox, not in front of you. So John's motion is not.
Grammatical edits were made, and that's in the Dropbox now.
That is a true statement, yes.
So that's the one we could do without objection.
Correct.
When it's in the Dropbox.
But I thought you just said that you tried to get John's in.
I think it's in red text, and you can see that in Dropbox, so you could do everything
but the red
but
text.
that red text. I think just with the original, and staff will understand what that means.
How does it differ from this?
Okay.
It is not different from that. You've got.
This is what it's substance.
There's something else in your Dropbox, Julie, that's not in front of you in paper, so, but that's okay. So
So do we need to clarify that again, or we're good?
No, we're good.
We're good.
I'm good.
Okay. Okay.
Call for a vote.
Call for a vote?
We need a second and a motion.
I move
unless
to
it's
accept
without-
the version, this in spirit with the changes in the Dropbox.
Second.
Any objections? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any objections? Unanimous.
I would like to make a comment.
Yes, Julie?
I'm happy we're going forward with at least a statement on PRC, but I, like John, am increasingly concerned that things are in silos. And we're not getting to the traffic piece, we're not getting to the North Government Recreation Center. These things that I think we are not getting our fair share as Restonians in Fairfax County. So I think that any additional statements that we make to the county need to tie those all together, and it's not just traffic.
Okay.
There's my sound box.
Okay, on to item H, which is the election of treasurer. So for those of you that weren't aware, although I think you all are aware, at our meeting on the 15th of May, at the end of it was a financial budget meeting, Danielle LaRosa said that she was not going to be applying for the treasurer position, therefore stepping down from that position. So we've had 2 applicants from the community send their applications in and their statement of interest and resumes. So at this point, Ken, you can correct me if I'm wrong on process here, but we will have, we will allow both Mike and Sridhar to make a statement, and then we will pass out the ballots and we will take a vote.
Or alternatively, you could suggest that both of them be nominated into the position because they haven't been nominated yet.
Okay,
You've accepted applications, but you haven't nominated.
do we need to nominate first?
I would suggest.
Okay.
Do we ask any questions of the nominations or no?
No, we're just gonna nominate them, make a
Then they make a statement.
statement, and we'll vote.
Correct. Pro forma, right?
To nominate the 2 applicants?
We have to do them individually?
You can do them both.
Just say the 2 applicants.
Okay.
Second that.
Second. Therefore, they're nominated. Well, they get to make a statement, so
Yeah.
Okay.
Sridhar, you want to go, since you're closest to the mic?
Absolutely. Good evening. My name is Sridhar Ganesan. I've already read the address, but I'll say it again, 12,000 Lake Newport Road. Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words in support of my candidacy to serve as the treasurer on the RA board. Many of you know my background, so I'm not going to say a whole lot about that, but I'll just keep my comments brief. I'm here for the same reason that many of you are. I think I want to be a volunteer. I think the time is right. I thought that this was the right time for me to step up and serve on the RA board as treasurer. I think that RA is at a very critical juncture at this stage. It is attempting to inspire renewed trust and confidence with the community for a variety of reasons. We have this report from Stone Turn beginning of this year, with a set of recommendations in terms of implementing policies, procedures, processes, internal controls, and all of which is very important. It has to be done this year. And, I think they need to be designed in greater detail and implemented across RA as soon as possible. And I have, the implementation background for doing these kinds of processes and controls. I've gone through the rigor of doing this as part of a public company, taking a company public, rigor of capital markets, many different audits, and so I think from a technical perspective, I'm quite qualified to do this, and I'd really like to step up and help. And I'm doing that only because I think I can do it at this time. Also, I also bring a lot of corporate finance experience, which is something that I think would have been helpful in conducting due diligence on capital investments and many of the major operating expenses. That's what I do on a day-to-day basis. Look at if a company or somebody is trying to make an investment into something, right? You look at it from all sides, you analyze it. Sometimes you analyze it to depth, but you do have to go through the process, especially if you're dealing with public money, public assessments, in this case, the public money. Otherwise, you're going to get the blowback, all the questions from the public. That's something that I do on a day-to-day basis as well. So besides the processes, controls, those kinds of things, but I also bring this, and I think it would be very helpful to the RA board as well as Reston Association as an organization for me to be doing that. Another thing I would say in support of my candidacy is that I think I will help build bridges with the community. As a public company CFO, I communicate with external parties all the time, so I think I'm pretty experienced in explaining business as well as financial issues to the community as well. So I think it will be helpful from many different perspectives, and I know there will always be some questions about whether I have the time. I just want to say that you all have made the time. I didn't make the time so far, and I think this is the right time, and that's why I've stepped up, and I will make the time because this is important. This is
Thank you.
Thank you. Mike?
Good evening, I'm Mike Warner. I joined the fiscal committee a few years ago because I decided that I was interested in the finances, I was concerned about the finances, and I thought instead of complaining about it, I should step up and start getting involved. So my background is I owned a company. I started a company here in Reston. It was about 26 years I had it. Grew a software company, and in that I installed enterprise systems accounting for associations around the country. So my background is association membership companies, membership organizations. It's all accounting software. I've dealt with the CFOs, the CEOs, the auditors on a daily basis for the last 30 years. I am more of a practical person, hands-on. I don't want to make policy. I want to help provide the information in a format that you can make the decisions on how you want to spend your money and the policies, what you want to do for Reston. I think the treasurer should interface with the CFO, with the auditors, banks, and then filter that information in a format that is readily available and easy to understand. I don't want to step on anybody's toes, but I think what we need is when you want to do something, I want to be able to say, well, wait a minute, how's that fiscally going to affect us? So that's my concern, that's what I'm looking forward, and I think I want to follow along with some of the stuff that Danielle's done in developing good presentations, and that's where I am. I'm pretty simple, straightforward, and very practical most of the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. So I've passed out the ballots, so if everybody could just...
Madam President, with one exception, we have Mike on the phone. What I'm going to suggest is that he text me his vote without objection from the rest of the board, if that's okay.
That's fine.
That's fine. Absolutely. Mike, did you hear that? Mike?
I sure did. Thank
Okay.
you very much, and again, apologize that I can't be with you this evening.
You gotta text it now, though, you can't wait till tomorrow.
All right, thank you, Julie.
I'll give it to you.
Thank you, that's good.
Here's Mike.
Is there supposed to be somebody just
Feels like there's-
paid to be checking with him?
Oh, I don't know.
You know how Sabrina was with him last time?
Binder or something.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't want anybody
Kate?
accusing us of
Yes, sir.
anything.
You want me to
Should you
go?
be in there with
I can, if
Ken?
you would like me to.
You would?
I can
Thank
do
you.
that for you.
Yes.
Mhm.
Need some, like, somebody needs to do a dance. Ken? No.
Yeah. Okay, fine.
So the sun came out for a little bit today.
Wondering about how to fill
Oh, yeah,
time?
yeah, but
Went out and took a 15-minute walk.
During the sunshine? Yeah.
I would like to thank all the people who came out to the 2 district meetings so far, you know? Short notice on, maybe a little bit on South Lakes, got a little bit more publicity for Hunter's Woods, but they've been great focus groups and great to hear people's comments and participate. One of the things that I think we learned was how much interest there is in the community on things that are beyond just Reston Association, the things that are county, the things that are state, whether they be roads or whatever that affect us, so.
The votes are in, and Sridhar, congratulations, Treasurer. Mike, thank you.
So you're welcome to join us if you would
There's a
so
spot
like
at
to.
the table.
A chair just for you.
Today, it's official as of now.
can I make a comment here?
Yes, sir.
I want to thank both of you for stepping
Yes.
up like this. You had 2 really good candidates.
Great.
There was all sorts of skepticism whether we'd get anybody to even apply, and I want to thank you both. I hope you both stay involved with our fiscal committee, by the way.
Yes,
Please
Amen.
do that.
yes,
Amen.
thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Financial report for us or something?
We're ready for the treasurer's report now.
We'll just make it up.
No.
No.
We'll give you a pass this
Why
time. We'll
not?
give you a pass
We've
this
been doing
time.
it that way for 2 years.
Okay, so we're moving on to the next item, which is community engagement plan. So this would be Kate and Garrett. Now, we are ahead of schedule, so we're not going to go behind schedule based on this presentation, right, Mr. Garrett? Okay,
Amen.
here we go.
Oh, I'll do that for you.
I'll do that while you start.
Okay, I will start. Thank you, sir. This is what happens when you have an assistant secretary who's in class tonight. So
Tonight,
that's okay.
right.
So thank you for bearing with me. Last time we were together, the full board was together in the month of March. We heard information about a particular project, was determined with Lake Newport and others, proposal that we needed a better community input process. You tasked me to go back and put something together and to work with the Community Engagement Advisory Committee to check it. We also took the opportunity to check that with the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee. So as requested, coming back to the May meeting with a community engagement plan for major capital projects. I'm going to turn it over to Garrett, who spent the majority of time putting this together for us.
As I mentioned, I will be brief. So as Kate mentioned, a desire of the capital department is to make sure that we're doing our part to really engage the community and make sure everyone is well aware of what's going on with projects, how do they impact each of the residents, and what's the duration, all the information that everyone needs to know about these projects that have that sort of impact. But we know we need to come up with a process internally within the department to make sure that we're doing a good job of ensuring that that engagement plan is put together for all the projects, and especially the large capital projects. So the process that we came up with is as you see in front of you. First step is before capital projects are initiated, the designated project manager within our department will consult with all the departments, including the communications department, as well as any of the committees to determine what is needed or what guidance may be needed for that specific project. And we know projects vary in size. You have the very large capital projects, that may need a significant amount of community engagement and involvement. And obviously, we have fairly small projects that don't necessarily impact a tremendous amount of people, but there is some level of impact. So we want to make sure that this process is very scalable depending on either the size of the project or the level of impact that it has within the community. We'll engage with the appropriate committees, as I mentioned, to make sure that we've connected all of the dots, so to speak, and then, of course, establish an official communications plan for each individual project that'll be very specific to the targeted stakeholders and the scope of the project, depending on what that might be. So we developed this 5-step process that you see here on screen to really help staff and even the committees and all the stakeholders really get a good understanding of what steps we will now be undertaking to make sure that this plan is as developed as it should be, depending on the project. So first step is identifying the audience. Who are the stakeholders that need to understand what is happening with that specific project? That could include residents, cluster representatives, any of the committees, working groups that may be associated with the project, internal staff who are impacted, media, or other key stakeholders. Next step is defining what the message type is. We can have multiple message types for all of those audience members, and the intent is to make sure that we have enough message types to really make sure that we're getting as much engagement and outreach as possible. Standard message types, letters, face-to-face meetings, status reports, or project updates, identifying what that delivery method may be, whether it's a formal meeting, an informal meeting, presentations like this, mail or email to affected parties, utilizing our platforms that we already have in place, like RA News or the Reston magazine or our website. Then, of course, determining what the schedule needs to be for each of those communications, not just in general. So will we have daily updates on a website? Will we have weekly emails that go out to impacted stakeholders? Is there a monthly presentation like we do to you all as the board? Are there other milestones that we need to make sure that we are covering or we have in place in the plan to make sure that you understand what the frequency of communication is for each of the types? And then finally, and most importantly to us, is identifying who's necessarily going to be responsible for that message. Is it going to be the board sending out a message? Is it going to be the CEO, myself as the director of capital, or project managers or other parties who are as a part of the project team to get those messages out? So I know it's hard to see on screen, but this is just an example of what a typical communication plan would be after going through that entire process. So you can see in the example, we have all the audience members for this project identified, area residents, working groups, facility user groups, your committees, staff, and then all the different delivery methods and associated schedules. So this example, although fairly extensive, would be for what we would consider maybe a significant size project or a project with significant community engagement needed. But a smaller project may only be a couple lines where we identify area residents and internal staff or any combination of all those things that you see there. So again, the intent is to make sure that we have created a plan that we will implement to create this communication, these communication documents within our project management lifecycle for capital projects. And hopefully this will be another step into engaging more of the community, more of the members, and in hopes of also instilling a little bit more confidence in having some confidence that they will expect to see communication related to projects. We're not executing these projects without direct involvement by members of the community. So With that said, I know Mike Batt is here as the chair of the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee. He expressed interest in making a comment on behalf of the committee during my part of the presentation, so I'll pass over.
Thanks, Garrett. Hi, so again, Mike Batt. I'm in 119-909 Winstead Lane in Reston and chair of the Parks and Recs Advisory Committee. And as Garrett stated, the Parks and Recs Advisory Committee, it's actually, we're getting a few more interested parties, so it's starting to grow. So thanks for those that are helping to drive the volunteers to that group. So we're pleased, and Julie's been very engaged with us. And so what I wanted to do is just quickly read a statement that the PRAC has developed that we think will help with this process. So with the new board members and leadership in place, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee would like to offer our continued support in the effort to engage facility users, develop a sports council, and help create overarching community outreach model everyone will embrace, as detailed in our 2017 work plan. Building on the foundation of adding our capital projects director, Garrett Skinner, PRAC would like to recommend the board support using Hook Road Park as the project to create a solid, repeatable model for keeping RA facilities to the standard our members expect. Fairfax County Supervisor Kathy Hutchins recently highlighted in Reston Magazine an article, how the facilities are intertwined between RA and Fairfax County Park Authority, and one of those facilities, North Point Park, has had playground equipment upgrades and added a new ball field fence over the last few years based on community output or input. So we share this example because our committee would like to work closely with the Community Engagement Advisory Committee, the board, to educate our members that projects formally scheduled to review facilities like Hook Road don't necessarily mean major changes, but are important as we continue to keep our aging facilities current and safe. Hook Road's a great park. It's likely only needs minor enhancements, and using it as a model for managing future projects could help regain the confidence and collaboration across our community. So with that, we look forward to working with everyone, and thank you for the consideration on the topic. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. So as Mike mentioned, with this plan, we have the blessing of PRAC. CEAC also took the same stance and gave their vote of confidence to implementing a plan like this. So before you have the motion to accept the plan as a process that our team will implement for all capital projects moving forward.
So, yeah, John.
Just one question. I find this excellent, Garrett. But what I'm wondering is exactly, so the process before a capital project is initiated. What exactly do we mean by initiation? It sounds like a silly question, but I could see different levels of initiation. It could be informal contacts with the community about something. It could be mentioned at a board meeting. It could be the beginning of the formal planning process. And sometimes, so are you thinking the beginning of the formal planning process?
Yeah. So the intent is, the communication plan is a component of a project management plan that's typical with the project management. And identifying stakeholders is one of the first important steps to really identifying what we need to do to make sure that the project is executing what is intended and that all the right people are involved in the process. So whether the project is only focused on planning and there isn't necessarily a deliverable being a new park or a new facility, but the end product is we have an idea of what the next steps might be for a future phase of the project. But if you guys remember, we developed the sort of the Chevron project management process. The intent of developing this communication plan is to have that done at the very beginning. So whether the project goes through all those steps or just a portion of those steps, so that communication plan is set so that we are appropriately engaging the right people.
What's behind my question is I have seen difficulties develop because of informal beginnings. Like, you know, if we communicate with some people in the community and not others, even before starting off the formal process, that leakage can cause problems.
Yes.
The same thing can happen if people hear about it at the board meeting. So this is a wonderful process, but I think we need to think about those informal beginnings too, because I think sometimes misunderstandings have occurred because of those pre-beginning beginnings.
Okay.
Yeah, it does. And I think, just briefly, I think we should, make a point as a board and our staff, when we hear those, we need to put a flag up and say, that's great, we're going to go start this, right? We need, because otherwise they get legs. Yeah, and they start to become that thing we just talk about informally and,
Why did they hear about it before we?
Exactly. First we hear it, we need to stop, identify it publicly and say, now we begin.
Good point. Good points. Good points. Any other comments on the communication plan?
I'd like to make a motion
Okay.
to adopt the proposed community engagement plan for major capital projects as a guideline for use by Reston Association board committees and staff. Thank you for the big letters.
Outstanding.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Unanimous. Thanks, Garrett.
Thank you.
This action orientation.
That's what we do. That's what we do.
1020 means
All about
1020.
outcomes. All about outcomes.
Yep.
Okay. So, Williams Transco Pipeline. You guys are on. Larry, you kicking this off or?
I will. We have a couple representatives here. Talk on the fact. So staff was approached at the end of last year about by Williams Pipeline and an agent for them, Tim Chastain, who you have met before, about acquiring several easements over by the Golf Course Island garden plots for some valvature, above ground valvature and fencing, requesting an exclusive easement, right-of-way, Dominion Power easement, temporary construction and grading easement, and the like. And this has come before the Board Operations Committee, and prior, Tim had come. I think we had a good discussion, and Noah Klein from Odin, Feldman, and Fiddleman is here. We've had some discussions about that, and what I want to do is turn it over to Noah, really, to talk about the easement language, and then I think he'll kick us off from there. So my part is done for now.
Sure, we'll see you again. Don't go anywhere. You look like you.
Good evening. As Larry introduced me, my name is Noah Klein from Odin, Feldman, and Piddleman. I work with John McBride. And this matter, as Larry explained, has been discussed over the last several months. As Larry explained, we were approached, the Reston Association was approached by Williams on behalf of the Transcontinental Pipeline to install valves within an area that is covered by an existing easement that was granted to the Transcontinental Pipeline dating back to the 50s, I believe. And the proposal is to install these valves within the alignment of the current easement, but also to expand upon that, and then ultimately fence off the area. And Tim Chastain, on behalf of Williams, is here, and he can provide more detail in that respect. But in order to effect the valve improvement, it would necessitate both a power line easement from Dominion and also a right-of-way access through the wooded buffer area that's right along North Shore Drive, right near the garden plots. So when we were initially approached, there were several documents at issue. There's a Dominion power line easement. There was an exclusive easement document, and there was also a right-of-way agreement. So in advance of the Board Operations Committee, I had worked with their counsel, who's here, Art Schmalz, and presented comments on some of the issues that I thought were necessary to address. Specifically, you had several documents where it was easier to consolidate all the documents, the easements, into one document. There was some liability issues that we wanted to address in addition to some restoration language we wanted to address. Specifically, when they come and do their work, that they leave the property that's sort of outside the exclusive easement in an area in which they found it. So we worked and we received a document which is what you have before you, which is sort of that consolidated document that represents those changes, and some pretty, I think, significant concessions were made on behalf of Williams and the Transcontinental Pipeline in order to sort of bring this process along. And I know that we will be talking about compensation issues in executive session, so I'll leave that discussion to that format. But that's where we stand right now, and at the Board Operations Committee meeting, I thought Tim did a great job of explaining to folks what they were doing here, why this work is necessary, and to address, I think, some of the questions that sort of abound when you have an issue like this, which I'm not sure a lot of folks really have encountered too frequently. So that's all I would have in this session, and I'll let Tim, if he would like to maybe explain a little more technical details about what they're doing.
Thank you, Noah and Larry. My name is Tim Chastain with Transco Pipeline, and I did meet with the BOC here on the 8th, and many of you were there, and I see some new faces, but basically what he said is what is taking place. We're looking to put valves over and on top of our existing pipelines, not outside the existing right-of-way. The exclusive easement itself will extend outside of the right-of-way toward North Shore Drive in the area that's wooded there, but only for a very small portion. About 85% of the exclusive easement that we're proposing overlaps the easement that we currently have. We have a 135-foot wide transmission line easement now with 4 pipelines that are currently exist within that. And these 2 valves will be located on the westernmost pipelines, or the ones closest to North Shore Drive. We're also looking for an access road easement that would come from North Shore Drive over to that exclusive easement and would allow us access into that site. That easement is, I would say, is no more than 50 feet long. It does require some clearing in there. We met with your representatives in the field and talked with them about what trees and what would be the best location to put this road. And we had 2 or 3 different situations and finally arrived at one that we and they felt would have the least amount of impact on the buffer zone that you have there. There's a few trees that are going to be taken out. Many of them are small, and many of them are, what they described to me is that not necessarily what would be their most favorable type growth in that area. We're also looking at a 42-foot long and 15-foot wide electric easement that would come from the west side of North Shore Drive and extend to the east side of North Shore Drive into our exclusive easement. That is going to be handled by Dominion. We've submitted a document, the right-of-way agreement that's related to that. I talked to Dominion as late as yesterday about what the situation was with that, to confirm that there's no doubt what their plans are. They plan to bore from the west side of North Shore Drive and come up at the edge of our easement location where we would be set our meter base and to tie into that power source, and would not require any clearing of any underbrush or trees or anything of that nature. The easement would be there, but it's not going to be necessary to clear it because of being able to bore through there. So I think that's important. What we've strived to do is to work with everybody that you all have in the field and try to mitigate this and keep as little impact as we can as far as screening such as that goes. We've also talked with your folks about screening. If it comes, we have to do some trimming that's down the edge of the right-of-way there in the proposed easement area, but it should be minimal. But I know when you look at it today, when it's green and plush and looks great, then it looks like it's full. In the fall, it may not be as full as you would see today. And I've seen it in both situations, and it is somewhat thin through there. And we've talked to them about doing some necessary screening if it turns out to be that they can place some trees down through there. We've talked with Larry about that and trying to work those situations out. And I think that's something that's doable and something that we would likely compensate for and allow the association to handle that side of it, and then they would be putting what trees they wanted in and taking care of that on their own behalf. And I think that would simplify matters. You all would get what you want in terms of that type of screening, and we would be assured that you're pleased with it because you would be doing it yourself. So that's what we're hoping for anyway. About half of this exclusive easement lies on Reston Association. The other half of it lies on the golf course. We've already negotiated and settled with the golf course. That's already taken care of and not an issue anymore. So we're down to a situation where we need the access road easement, we need an exclusive easement, and we need the power line easement, and then the temporary workspace. And on the drawing that was provided, we show temporary workspace between our exclusive easement and right-of-way over to North Shore Drive, which encompasses your entire wooded area. But it needs to be understood on that is that it's not our intent to clear that or utilize it as far as workspace. It is to maintain a buffer zone between pedestrian traffic at the sidewalk area and our construction zone so that we can put up some type of safety fencing down through there and nobody could get to that area while this activity is ongoing. So that's the purpose of that zone, and not to be cleared and totally brought to dirt, so to speak. One of the issues that we've got, and most important, is that we did start this sometime back around November the 10th or so of last year, and have been moving this forward. Our construction time is moving rapidly into the time that we need. We've got to move forward. We've got to do something. Our proposed schedule right now is to be able to, as of August the 3rd, to be clearing for the access road and ready to start the construction inside the right-of-way. So basically, we're talking about June and July. We're getting down to a 60-day window here. And with that 60-day window, we also have to get a construction easement, a temporary construction easement for us to access off of North Shore Drive into our site from Virginia DOT. We have submitted all the paperwork to them. We've complied with all their requests. And the only thing that's left on that is for the association to say, yes, we agree with it. And if we do that, then I can move forward that and get that CE permit, a construction entrance permit, and we're good to go there. As far as the Dominion easement goes, it's about a 9-week process. So if I'm 8 weeks out and it's a 9-week, I'm all on top of it. The good news is that I need power there toward the end of the month, which would be closer to the 28th or 25th or somewhere in that range in August. So I do have the time that I need to do that, but again, the window is closing rapidly on me. It takes them, my understanding with Dominion, it takes them 4 weeks to engineer it, and it takes them 4 to 5 weeks to go through the process of getting somebody out there to do the construction and actually completing the bore of the road. So, and that's what I want to emphasize tonight with you all, is that I've gotten to the point, even though we've been working on this for months, I'm really proud to be able to get before the board tonight and express what we have and what we need, the full board, and tell them where we are. And it is becoming critical in our eyes to be able to meet this deadline. And these valves are being placed in and being automated, and that's the reason we need power. These are automated valves that you can operate remotely. It doesn't require, for instance, if there's some type of failure, if there's a problem with the pipeline, we don't have to call somebody and say, you drive out there and shut this valve. We can push a button and it'll be automatically shut down. It's a a safety issue, it's an integrity issue that we're looking at, and it's something that the PHMSA is highly recommending now. It hasn't gone to the point where they're actually requiring it, but we're anticipating that that's going to happen, and that's the reason we're moving forward. Not with just this area here, but in many areas up and down the thousands of miles of pipeline right-of-way that we have across the country. So this is, I want you to understand, this is not an isolated situation to the Reston Homeowners Association. It's across our facilities all the way down. And that's primarily our function and what we're looking to do. And we have agreed that we would, I understand that on your garden area up there, because of some deer issues, that you're looking at putting in some taller fence, perhaps maybe as high as 10 feet tall. And we have agreed to match that, to make a fence around our facility that would look the same as the fence you would have around your garden area, so that there wouldn't be a contrast there. So that was one of the concessions that we've made as well. So we're trying our best to work with you all the way around, and what we're asking of you all is to, if it's any way possible, expedite this process so that we can get to the point where I can move forward with this dominion, I can move forward with this construction entrance, and we can have assurances that we're going to meet this construction deadline, even if Mr. Smoltz and Mr. Klein are continuing to work on some verbiage in the document. Then we know we're going to get to a certain level. And as he said, there's going to be some discussions that he has that I think Mr. Smoltz has and Mr. Klein have been involved in regarding compensation that are going to happen after this meeting is over. So that's what we're asking for, that you look at that and consider it, and consider where we are, and consider how long we've been working with you to get this, and also the concessions and such that we've tried to do to make this as mitigated and make it less, the least amount of imposition as we could. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that any of you might have.
Julie?
Did you meet with DRB regarding the fencing?
I'm sorry?
Did you all meet with Design Review Board regarding the fencing?
No, I think that's coming up later, isn't it? Sometime in the next day or two, or a few days?
Well, we've got to get it scheduled.
Oh, okay. Then I misunderstood some of the email traffic I'd seen on DRB. I thought that had occurred. Okay.
John?
Two questions, Mr. Chastain. Does this line serve any customers within Reston Association?
No, this is a transportation pipeline. It is not a distribution pipeline, so it does not at all. Now, I'm sure that there are local distribution companies within Northern Virginia that we do serve that may in fact serve Reston, but okay. I personally am not aware of which ones those are.
And the second question is the term of the exclusive easement, the access easement, and the electric easement, are those, do they have a term of years, or are they permanent?
They're perpetual.
Perpetual. There's not a problem with perpetual easements in cases like this.
Unless the board has one.
Huh?
Unless the board has one.
But there's no state problem with it.
No.
Well, and really the where this is located, and if you look at the maps on it, this is a very narrow portion of the association's property. It has limited use, and the great portion of that narrow portion of the property is already encumbered by our easement, and was many years ago. There's a narrow strip between North Shore Drive and our easement, and that's why we're dealing with you all for those two easements.
And again, the current easement is what proportion of the full permanent easement?
The current easement portion that of the exclusive easement that we're asking for is 85% of that. In other words, 15% of the exclusive easement would lie outside of the current easement.
Okay, Madam President, I move that the board go into executive session to discuss the Colts Neck Hunters Woods at Trail Edge grain easement request and the Williams Transco Pipeline exclusive easement and right-of-way request.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No, nobody opposed?
We did have member comment time after the presentation of information.
Okay.
Amend the motion so that
Amend
it's
it.
after member
Until-
comment.
Yeah, what he said. Okay, Tammy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tammy Katrine, 2503 Foxcroft Way. Have Lynx and Fairway Clusters been alerted to this? Lynx is right across the street, and Fairway Cluster is the closest neighbor to it, directly west.
It's part of the process. I don't believe so yet, but part of the overall communication process.
And so we don't know
And
yet what
public
that
hearing,
fence
we
is
haven't-
going to look like?
No.
Okay. And the height or anything? Okay, thank you.
Plus the DRB fencing question.
So we're going into executive session.
Are we?
Oh, another comment?
Yes.
For God's sake.
Mike,
My name is-
thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
I live at 1327 Buttermilk Lane. And there was a small group of us from the Environmental Advisory Committee that visited the site, including members of staff from the Reston Association, and we submitted a report on the observations we made as a result of that visit. And so I would commend to you that you take those into consideration, and we made a number of observations with regard to concerns about screening and where that screening might be located and who should be involved in undertaking the screening, as well as other observations. And I make one more observation, which occurred to me as the gentleman was speaking. That is, if the need for this pipeline should ever disappear, for whatever reasons, or the company cease to operate and operate the lines, what happens with the easement? Does it revert to the Reston Association? That is the 1959 easement and the exclusive easement that would be granted now. So you may want to consider some clause in there that would have it revert should they cease to operate.
Thanks, Erwin.
Thank you.
True lawyer speaking. Any other comments? Okay, so we will now go into executive session.
You've got two things you're going to
For the other.
executive, yeah, you got the
Yeah,
other
yeah.
executive session too.
He got both in the
Yes, it
motion.
did.
Yeah.
They were in the motion.
Yeah. He's a, yeah,
So we're
yeah.
going to just turn off microphones. Sean's just going to shut the
That's been my problem.
Kate, you all set?
No.
Just about, bear with me, I'm ready as
I'll do the
fast as
first
I can.
motion.
Can we do the first one?
We're going to have two motions.
Somebody,
In view of the past and continuing good relationship between the applicant in the Trails Edge Lane, in the Colts Neck Hunters Woods at Trail Edge Crane easement request, and the Reston Association, I move that the Reston Association grant the Colts Neck Hunters Woods at Trail Edge Crane easement request over the association's common area at no charge, subject to the terms agreed by the association.
Second that motion.
All in favor?
sounds like Pete seconded.
She was first.
All in favor? Anyone opposed?
Aye.
Unanimous.
Bear with me.
Congrats.
They both right in this thing.
You didn't see me with that?
I didn't see it. I saw
Sure
it
did.
afterwards. I didn't see it. Oh, jeez. Yeah. Did you get the number of that guy who beat you?
No. That's what Sherry asked me.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
God bless you.
We're just waiting on the formulation of our next motion.
Pretty.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just a quick note, I'm a housing commissioner for Arlington County. We went through the short stay, rental
Yeah,
stay.
yeah,
And we put together some guiding principles, and they're pretty good. I don't know if you guys are looking to go that direction, but.
Kate at Reston.org.
Done.
What commission is that?
Housing commissioner for Arlington County.
Okay.
Thank you.
We accept.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me give you my card before you leave.
You know, I can see where it's.
Yes. Make sure.
Arlington County rolled over.
And the envelope, please.
Okay, moving on to the,
On to the next item.
moving on to the Williams Transco Pipeline exclusive easement and right-of-way request in view of the past and continuing good relationship between the applicant and the Reston Association. I move to direct legal counsel to continue negotiations as discussed with the board of the Williams Transco matter and direct staff to provide notice, 21 days, that the association will be holding a public hearing during the RA Board's next regular meeting on June 22nd, 2017 regarding the Williams Transco request for an exclusive easement and the right-of-way over Reston Association common area. And I so move.
Second.
All those in favor?
But Diane got a second.
Anyone opposed? Unanimous.
I abstain.
One more motion?
With that, motion to,
I move to adjourn.
wait.
Motion that you wanted to do after they've come out of executive session, is that not necessary?
The cleansing motion?
Correct.
We'll start that the next meeting.
That sounds good. Okay.
Okay.
Clemency?
Without objection, motion to adjourn.
Then you're going to grant me clemency?
Yeah.
Adjourned.